Book title, The Invisible War of Spirit and Flesh. Author Maxim Nazarenko. This book is a true treasure for those who want to effectively overcome their flesh. Ephesians 6:12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. This verse from the Bible is the starting point of the entire book, chapter 1. The call in the darkness. The air in the heavens was heavy, saturated with treachery and betrayal. Servants of darkness gathered before the throne of their master. Their voices, like a sinister choir, rumbled through the twilight, weaving together boasts of the souls they had ensnared, each demon bragging of his prey. One boasted of a rich man who had sold his conscience for gold. Another told of how he had provoked a mother to wrath against her own child. Each spirit of malice longed to impress their ruler, Satan, with his work, hoping to earn even a moment of his attention. But suddenly he raised his hand, and all fell silent. The hush dropped like a stone into an abyss. His eyes, dark abysses that devoured the light, glimmered with a sinister fire. I care nothing for your petty victories, he thundered. How many Christians have you broken? How many of the faithful have I lost because of you? How many souls that once shone for him now tremble in my grasp? That is what matters. The mightiest of demons stepped forward, his shadow pulsing with hatred. When he spoke, every sound of his voice cracked like the lash of a whip. There is one man, Denis. He does not yet realize his strength, but if we do not stop him now, he will become the Creator's sword and destroy our plans. The devil leaned forward. His burning eyes narrowed, and his brows furrowed like storm clouds. The air thickened, heavy as before a tempest. His fingers dug into the armrests of his throne. Continue, he commanded. In his voice flickered something akin to unease. During prayer, in the midst of worship, he saw a vision. He stood before a crowd, speaking, and the faith of his listeners ignited like fire. If he grows stronger, thousands will turn to the light. Yes, the devil agreed. But for now, his faith is still weak, like the lone spark of a match in the darkness. Extinguish it before it becomes a beacon for wandering souls. Doubt, Satan roared. Sow it in his mind. Break him there, and he will not stand. The warriors of darkness bowed their heads, received the command, and dissolved into the air, carrying their mission toward the soul of this man. Denis lived an ordinary life. A wife, 2 children, work. But after that vision, something inside him changed. He imagined himself traveling from church to church, his words touching countless hearts. From this dream, his soul burned, his eyes glowed. Yet the moment he thought of the difficulties, doubt crept into his mind. What if it's only my imagination? Who am I to lead others? I am just an ordinary man, not an apostle, not a prophet. With each hesitation, the flame in his soul dimmed, and his heart tightened with anxiety. Satan, watching from his throne, smiled and said, Every step he takes in doubt draws him closer to me. His faith is fragile, so we must keep sowing. And the attacks continued. He heard a deceitful voice, one that sounded like his own. Perhaps I really did make this up. With such thoughts, his spirit began to fade. It began quietly when he least expected it. At first, just a faint whisper in his mind. This is only fantasy. It is not from God. It is your pride, only your own dreams. Then the words grew stronger, louder. Why do you need this? You know how much trouble it will bring. People won't listen to you. Your wife will say you've lost your mind. With every wavering thought, the fire that had burned in his heart because of the vision grew weaker. The demons rejoiced, knowing that if Denis believed these thoughts were his own, he himself would turn away from God's calling. A web of doubt wrapped itself around his heart. And Denis did not even realize that the deadliest attacks were those that came disguised as his own thoughts. And everything depended on whether he would learn to recognize their deception. Questions for the reader. 1. Have you ever faced a moment when doubts forced you to abandon a dream or a goal? How How did you overcome it? Chapter 2. Peace for the sake of comfort. The evening in Denis's home was tense, like the silence before a storm. Just moments earlier, he had quarreled with Olena over a trifle. Offended, he went into the kitchen, slamming the door so that she would hear it. She remained in the room, holding back her tears. Sitting at the table, Denis at first thought sensibly, "It's just a trifle. Is it really worth this coldness between us? Why am I sitting here instead of embracing her? Sulking is childish. I should make peace with her." But the spirit of pride would not let him surrender, whispering, "What, do you want to apologize first? She was the one who was wrong. If you yield, you'll admit defeat. You'll look weak in her eyes, and then she'll put you on a leash and control you. Are you a man or a rag?" These thoughts fanned the flames of stubbornness, and he delayed asking for forgiveness. Denis clenched his fists, feeling how pride held him in its iron grip. But another spirit, one driven by fleshly desires, sensed an opportunity. Sitting in the corner of the kitchen like a shadow, it saw how pride was clouding Denis's mind and decided to intervene. A quiet but tense rivalry broke out between the demons. Two voices, sharp and distinct, flared up in his thoughts, quarreling like wolves over prey. "Enough of your pomp, pride," hissed the spirit of lust. "With your honor, you're only making things worse. He'll sit here until morning, cold and bitter, and I'll lose my chance. Let me try. I know how to get to him." "You?" Pride sneered, his eyes gleaming with contempt. "Your cheap tricks of the flesh are for weaklings. I hold his soul in an iron grip. He won't go to her because I won't let him humiliate himself. This is my territory." "Your territory?" Lust laughed, a low mocking laugh. "Look at him. He's tired, angry, cold. Your pride will only make him miserable, and miserable people start to think. And when they think, they might come to," he lowered his voice, "to prayer. Do you really want to risk that? Give me 5 minutes, and he'll be in her arms, convinced he's a spiritual hero." Then lust, seizing the moment, sent Denis a new thought through his weariness. Sleeping in the kitchen, a hard bench, the cold, but in the bedroom, soft bed, warmth, a beautiful wife by your side. Say something kind to her, and comfort will return. The thought seemed appealing. Denis imagined the soft bed and a night of pleasures. His feet, as if enchanted, carried him toward the bedroom. Earlier, nothing could have forced him to apologize, but now fleshly desire pushed him into a righteous act. "You'll get everything you want. Just tell her what she wants to hear," whispered the voice. Olena was sitting on the edge of the bed, wiping her tears. Her eyes, red from crying, were fixed on the floor. Denis paused at the doorway, feeling pride and lust battling in his chest. But this time, he chose lust. He walked up to his wife and quietly said, "Darling, forgive me, I was wrong." Olena lifted her eyes, surprised by his gentle tone. She smiled through her tears, and Denis felt relief. He thought it was a victory over pride, that he had taken a step toward reconciliation through humility and love. But in reality, it was another deception, a righteous act for the sake of bodily comfort. Denis did not perceive what was happening in his heart, for it was not love, but a bargain with his flesh. The dark forces had deceived him, weaving righteousness with selfishness, and he did not notice how he had succumbed to temptation. The demons watching the scene exchanged glances. Lust smiled with satisfaction. "See," he said to pride, "my methods always work." The demons had accomplished their task, thinking, "Let him delight in his outward peace, purchased at the price of inward defeat. Soon he won't even notice how his flesh directs his every step." Pride cast a glance at him and muttered, "Don't boast, brother. I simply yielded to you today." And Denis never saw what was happening in his heart, how he lost that battle. Question to the reader. 1. Have you ever faced a situation where the desire for comfort or personal gain compelled you to do the right thing, but for the wrong reasons? Chapter 3. Prayer not for others, but for one's own comfort. One evening, Denis's son fell ill. At first, the cough was mild, but by night the boy grew hoarse, and a blocked nose made it hard for him to breathe. His father, noticing this, knelt down and began to pray, "Lord, heal my son. Do not let him suffer." His words seemed sincere, but deep inside another motive was hidden. The demon of selfishness was ready. He knew how to corrupt even prayer, and he whispered softly, "Imagine what will happen if Olegic doesn't recover. Medicine will be expensive, nights sleepless, mornings exhausting. You'll have to force him to swallow pills. Do you really need such trouble? Something you cannot control." Denis felt these thoughts seep into his heart like smoke. Outwardly, he prayed for his son, but in his mind he saw his own inconveniences. An empty wallet, fatigue, irritation from childish whims. His flesh shuddered at the thought of such burdens, and his prayer turned into a plea to spare himself from problems. "Lord, have mercy on my son," he repeated, but his heart was saying, "Have mercy on me, God, so that I won't suffer because of this illness. I don't want to wake at night and go to work exhausted in the morning." The craving for personal comfort stretched over his prayer like a shadow, dimming his love for his son. The spirit of deception smiled with satisfaction. He did not turn Denis away from prayer. He simply redirected it, twisting it into a search for personal gain. Just a slight shift, 1 degree off course, and before him was no longer heaven, but his own reflection in murky water. The demons knew. As long as he failed to discern his true motives, his prayer would remain powerless before God. It was the same when Denis prayed for his relatives, who were far from faith. At a church gathering, the preacher passionately urged, "Pray, weep before God for your loved ones, for their salvation." Then Denis fervently folded his hands and pleaded, "Lord, bring them to yourself." His voice trembled with zeal, and his eyes shone with hope. But inside, Denis saw another desire. Make them different so that I can live in peace. I'm tired of their anger, mockery, and indifference. His loved ones often irritated him with their unbearable tempers, making life with them a heavy burden. They were like a stone tied around his neck. So in prayer, he sought not so much their salvation as his own relief, a life without insults and tension. Thus he piously said, "Lord, save them." But deep down he pleaded for himself, "Deliver me from their sins." He did not realize that his zeal in prayer, which seemed holy, was in fact fueled by selfishness and the pursuit of personal comfort. Years passed, but his relatives did not repent. His prayers, though outwardly devout, never reached God. For as it is written in the Epistle of James, "You ask and do not receive, because you ask with wrong motives, that you may spend it on your pleasures." James 4:3. As long as Denis prayed for himself under the mask of concern, his words went unanswered. For God is not the servant of our comfort. He is the fire that burns away falsehood and waits for the moment when a person will finally begin to love in truth. Question to the reader. 1. Are your prayers for others always born of pure love, or do you sometimes seek your own benefit within them? Chapter 4. The Illusion of Spirituality. Denis, already exhausted within the first hours of his shift, wiped the sweat from his forehead when his co-worker Vasil, coughing hoarsely, came closer and addressed him. "Do you have anything for a cold?" "My nose is stuffed. My throat hurts." Denis froze, holding a heavy wrench in his hand. His body already ached from the morning's labor. He hadn't even had time to consider the request when, like a lightning bolt, a thought pierced his mind, sharp as an arrow. If you don't find him a pill, he'll get even sicker. Tomorrow he won't come to work, and all the burden will fall on your shoulders. It was not Denis's own thought, but the whisper of the spirit of self-interest, lurking in the shadows of his consciousness like a wolf in the thicket. The demon whispered as though these were Denis's very own thoughts. "He's asking for so little. Just one pill, and in return you'll have a whole day free of extra work. Isn't that a fair exchange?" The demon pressed further. "Run to the locker room, to the emergency kit, grab the medicine and give it to him. Otherwise tomorrow your body will bend under double the load." Denis felt his heart race. His imagination painted the scene. His co-worker on sick leave while he alone, hunched over, dragged crates under the scorching sun, sweat stinging his eyes. Without hesitation, Denis rushed to the locker room. His fingers rummaged through the supplies like a thief searching for treasure. "Where is it? Where?" When he found the pill, he brought it back and handed it to his co-worker. "Here, this will help. You saved me, brother," Vasil exclaimed, slapping him on the shoulder. "A true friend." And then the spirit of pride crept in, the one that loves to dress itself in robes of holiness. It gently breathed a new thought into him. "Well done! Today you have fervently served your neighbor." Denis smiled, feeling warmth from his own kindness. And that was the most dreadful part, for he truly believed he had done something great, something holy. But in reality, he had been driven not by love for his neighbor, nor by the Holy Spirit, but by simple concern for his own skin. The demon celebrated another victory with joy, for Denis never even suspected that his action was born of fleshly motives, not of spiritual power. Question for the reader. 1. Have you ever found yourself in situations where you thought your action was righteous, but later realized it was driven by other motives? Chapter 5. Confused motives for good deeds. Denis came home exhausted. His body pleaded for rest after a grueling workday. The moment he stepped through the door, he sank onto the couch, dreaming of just a few minutes of silence. But before he could relax, he heard the voice of his younger son. "Dad, give me some water." Sighing, Denis slowly got up, as if wrestling against his own body. Each step toward the kitchen felt heavy, as though he were dragging an invisible cart full of cement. Pouring a glass, he handed it to the boy. Yet as soon as he sat back down, his son spoke again. "Dad, give me some more." This time, irritation stirred in his chest. His muscles ached, and his mind cried out for rest. He muttered, "Are you kidding me? I can barely stand." The boy looked at his father with wide, puzzled eyes. Inside Denis, a battle began. One voice, gentle as a breeze, whispered, "This is your child. He's only asking for a glass of water." Another, harsh and biting, said, "You have the right to rest. Is it fair to be a servant after a day like this?" That second voice did not belong to him, but to a spirit hiding in the shadows of fleshly thoughts, slyly tossing ideas like oil onto a flame. "You worked like a horse, and now you still have to serve everyone? Let him get it himself." And Denis thought, "Haven't I earned at least a moment of peace?" Irritation grew stronger. Leaning back against the couch, Denis closed his eyes, ignoring both his son and the voice of conscience. Fatigue smothered his sense of duty. In that moment he made a choice, not just against his son's request, but against love itself, which calls for sacrifice. Somewhere in the darkness, unseen eyes gleamed with joy, celebrating another small victory. For they knew true defeats do not begin with great sins, but with tiny neglects of others. While Denis kept telling himself, "This isn't a sin, just a trivial weakness," he didn't realize that self-justification is like a hidden crack in a dam, threatening disaster. But only a few minutes later, a new enemy reminded him of its presence: hunger. It stirred in Denis's stomach like a beast awakening from slumber. Fatigue gave way to a fresh craving of the flesh, and the father rose easily, without hesitation, as if invisible chains had fallen from his legs. Passing by his son, he said casually, "All right, you've convinced me. Let's go to the kitchen. I'll pour you some water." But what had changed? Why had it been impossible to get him off the couch earlier? Yet now he rose without struggle. Denis did not notice how the flesh had cloaked itself in holy robes and rewritten his motives. The spirit of deception skillfully substituted intentions, making him believe it was love that led him to the kitchen. Smiling to himself, the father thought, "Look, I humbled myself and overcame laziness. Surely this is the fruit of the Spirit. After all, Christ said even a cup of cold water brings a reward. That means I've earned a blessing too." But in the depths of darkness, the spirit of deception smiled. It had managed to weave fleshly impulses together with spiritual intentions so cleverly that Denis could not discern the counterfeit. Outwardly, his action appeared as a victory over laziness, but in truth, his heart had yielded to another whim of the flesh, hunger which had driven him to rise. "Did you see how I fooled him?" the demon exclaimed gleefully to his master. "First I stirred up his desire to rest, then I nudged his hunger. Now he thinks he overcame himself, while I hold him tightly on a leash." Satan, seated in his chambers, nodded with satisfaction. "Well done. Keep it up. Let him rejoice in his so-called victories, never realizing that each step is just a dance to our melody. Habit will do the rest. Soon he will not be able to tell his own will from our tricks." What Denis believed to be a spiritual triumph was, in fact, just another step under the sway of the flesh, and the dark powers hidden behind his self-satisfaction were already weaving new snares for his soul. Question for the reader. 1. How do you discern when your actions come from love, and when they are driven by selfishness or bodily needs? Chapter 6. Convenient Obedience. Denis stood in the doorway of the children's room, where the floor looked like chaos after a storm, resembling a battlefield after a fight. Toy cars, blocks, and crumpled paper were scattered everywhere. His sons, Oleszek and Sashko, were chasing a ball, laughing and tossing it back and forth. Their laughter rang out, filling the room with joy, while Denis leaned against the doorframe. His eyes, weary from a long day, wandered over the mess, and his heart wavered between irritation and tenderness toward these two little whirlwinds darting before him. He loved this laughter, yet his eyes longed for order. Taking a deep breath, he tried to gather the last bits of patience and said, "Boys, clean up your room." The father's voice was firm, but the children grimaced, as if he had asked them to eat something bitter. Oleszek threw the ball onto the floor, where it landed with a dull thud, almost like a protest. The boy frowned and said, "I don't want to." Sashko joined in. "Me neither." Their resistance, childish as it was, began to get under Denis's skin. But in the middle of this storm, inside his heart, a quiet voice stirred. "They're just children. Their joy is a treasure. The mess will pass, but love will remain. Maybe clean up together instead of demanding." This thought was warm, like a ray of sunlight on a rainy day, but it quickly faded under the weight of habit. Instead of inspiration came a decision: act more effectively. Denis looked at Sashko and decided to take the easier way. He smiled slyly and said, "Clean up, son, and I'll buy you a Chupa Chups. A big one, the one you like." Sashko's eyes lit up like a spark. The temptation of the sweet candy revived him, and he rushed to the toys, buzzing like a little tractor. Denis, pleased with the quick result, thought, "Good, bribery worked." Candy, the universal key. Then he turned to Oleszek. But the boy stood still, his small face darkened with stubbornness. Denis's voice grew harsher, like a storm about to break. "Clean up, or I'll whip your backside. Then you'll know what the belt is." Oleszek flinched. Fear of pain forced his body into motion. Denis watched as both sons, each in his own way, submitted. His chest swelled with a sense of victory. That's it, a father's word. Works like clockwork. Yet deep inside, something gnawed at him, as if all was not as it should be. He could not yet understand what it was. Suddenly, a light flared in his heart, as if someone had touched him with an invisible hand, and he saw the truth, clear as lightning in the dark. The boys had obeyed not out of love or respect, but out of desire for candy and fear of punishment. Their actions were driven not by obedience, but by the profit of the flesh. This realization struck him like a cold shower, unpleasant but sobering. In the darkness, unseen by the eyes, two spirits of deception whispered to each other, their voices trembling with unease. The first hissed, "Bad. He's beginning to figure it out, and might ruin everything we've been building for years. He already sees what drives his children. If he realizes that he himself lives the same way, we'll lose control." The second, smiling slyly, replied, "Don't panic. He's still hooked. He thinks these thoughts are his own." "Of course, his reflections are dangerous for us," admitted the first. "But we'll stick to our plan, proven through the ages." Now Denis slowly began to understand that his obedience to God, too, was built on fear or gain, not on love. It was as if he looked into a mirror and saw himself, his fear of punishment, his little bargains with God. "I'll do this if you give me what I want. I'll repent, just don't punish me." For obedience without love is not submission. It is a deal. His heart trembled. The truth revealed to him was not just light, but a call to genuine love. Love that does not manipulate, does not bribe, does not blackmail. Question for the reader. 1. Have you ever noticed situations when your actions or the actions of others were driven not by sincere obedience, but by a desire for reward or to avoid punishment? Chapter 7. The Traps of Imagination. Denis sat in his chair, immersed in his thoughts, as if in a deep well with no bottom. Outside the window, the evening wind swayed the branches, while in his heart his imagination painted vivid scenes of the future. People listened to his sermon, holding their breath, their hearts ignited with faith, as if God himself were speaking through him. Hundreds of eyes shone with hope. His voice was strong, inspired, like a stream that revives the thirsty earth. Listeners were moved, hearts melted, eyes sparkled, and he felt like a hero, a chosen one, called by God to a great mission. This vision filled his chest with strength. This is it, my calling, my destiny, he thought. And then, deep within, where the line between soul and spirit becomes thin, he appeared, the spirit of pride. He came like an old acquaintance, stepping over the threshold without knocking, as if he had always lived there. "Look at yourself, Denis," whispered the spirit. "Don't you see how special you are? Who else sees such visions? Who else feels this fire in their heart like you do? Not everyone receives such gifts." Denis enjoyed the feeling, as though he stood on the threshold of something great. Pride continued. "Imagine walking through a hall where people rush to greet you. They applaud, shouting your name. You're not just a servant. You're a star. People will admire you, carry you on their shoulders." These words wove themselves into Denis's thoughts, and his dreams began to shift. Now he saw not only God's glory, but also himself, at the center of attention, famous, surrounded by admirers. Arrogance, like poison, seeped into his heart, but he did not notice. It seemed to him these thoughts were natural, simply confirming his calling. His name now sounded louder than the sermon, more often than the name of the one who had sent him. "The people need such heroes," continued the spirit. "Your face on the screens, your voice on the airwaves." "Yes," whispered the demon, "this is what a true calling looks like." But at the same time, from the other side of his mind, another spirit appeared, the one responsible for doubts. It argued with pride like two thieves quarreling over stolen loot. Each sought to seize a greater share of Denis's soul. The spirit of doubt slipped in quietly, without thunder or lightning, just the shadow of a thought, a whisper resembling an inner voice. It did not openly oppose pride, but engaged in a secret debate with it. Both longed to become the sole master of Denis's imagination, both skilled at persuasion. Pride tempted him with the glitter of recognition and the shining stage. Doubt attacked with shame and fear of failure. And though they spoke opposites, their goal was the same: to unsettle his heart, to knock him off the right course. They argued, disguising themselves as wise counsel. Doubt said, "But what if all this is an illusion and things go wrong? Imagine, you stand before the people and they mock you. They laugh and shout, "You're no preacher, Denis. You're a dreamer, an imposter." And no one believes anymore. No one listens. Denis blinked, and his imagination, like a painter's canvas changing colours, began to draw a new picture. A moment ago, filled with faith, he now sank into the darkness of uncertainty. His heart switched to another scenario. He saw himself preaching, but now the crowd was shouting, "You're nobody! Get off the stage! Better stay home!" And others roared with laughter. These images frightened him, and something inside cracked under the weight of fear. His faith, which a moment earlier had fluttered in his chest like a bird longing to escape its cage, now lay with rain-soaked wings, beaten down by doubt. Doubt added, "And what if these thoughts are true? People will mock you, tear you to shreds with criticism. Better not risk it. Better stay silent." Denis wavered. His confidence, which had just been burning, began to melt, and his faith faded like embers in the rain. He thought, maybe this really isn't for me. Maybe I just made this role up for myself. Hesitation tormented him, and he could no longer distinguish God's voice from the whisper of the enemy, both vying for his mission. One promised glory, the other saved him from shame. But both were lying. In the shadows of his mind, the demons nodded to each other with delight. They had managed to lure their victim into the trap of his own imagination, which had become a battlefield where pride and fear took turns holding him captive. Denis's wife did not know what shadows nested in her husband's soul, but she felt the chill creeping from them, like a draught from an open door on a winter night. Denis had changed recently. His eyes, once glowing with warmth, now either flashed with a strange fire or went out like stars veiled by clouds. The enemy forces knew. If Denis failed to learn how to discern God's voice from the whisper of darkness, his dreams would remain nothing but dreams, and his calling would fade before it ever caught fire. Question for the reader. 1. Which voices do you hear most often in your mind? Pride, doubt, or God's? How do you distinguish between them? Chapter 8. Fasting for the sake of appearance. The church announced a fast. The call from the pulpit, like the toll of a bell for spiritual battle, sounded sacred, rooted in centuries of tradition. But when Anna heard these words, something inside her resisted, rising up against the call. Her body, accustomed to fullness, protested. Fasting meant torment, weakness, hunger pangs, pain in her stomach and head like torture. She imagined herself pale and exhausted, her hands trembling, her stomach growling, barely able to stand. No, this is not for me, Anna decided, searching for excuses to satisfy her body's desires. But the spirit of lustful eyes, that old tempter, noticed her hesitation and interfered. He hovered near her like a winged serpent, wrapping around her thoughts like a python, and whispered softly, "Anna, imagine yourself in the summer, slim in a new dress. Men's eyes greedily follow you, captivated by your beauty. Every envious glance is on you. A few extra pounds lost through fasting, isn't that worth magnifying your radiance? You know beauty always requires sacrifice. Is it not worth enduring for the sake of becoming a goddess?" These thoughts delighted her. His voice was soft as silk, yet piercing as a needle. "Anna," he whispered, and she felt those thoughts wrap around her like a warm cloak on a cold day. She saw herself on the street, graceful, confident, wearing clothes that emphasized a perfect figure. Her walk was determined, queen-like. Admiring glances warmed her vanity, and pride added determination. Suddenly, fasting no longer seemed a burden. It became a key to beauty, to power over men, to being noticed. If fasting makes me more attractive, why not? She thought. The image of seductive beauty bloomed in her mind like a flower in the desert. Her imagination painted how easily she would refuse food, how her flesh would thank her for every gram lost. Her body no longer protested, but rather encouraged her. Yes, just a little more, another day, and you'll be thinner, more desirable. The meaning of fasting was stolen, distorted. Once she would have needed persuasion, but now Anna herself longed to fast, not for God or the church, but for her own beauty. On the outside, everything appeared devout. In church she stood with eyes modestly lowered like a righteous woman. When the preacher called for prayer and fasting, no one could imagine that deep in her heart, fasting was no longer a path to God's heart, but a staircase to self-admiration. Everyone considered her an exemplary sister, fervently joining in the common cause. Her prayers seemed sincere, directed toward God, but in truth, she was praying to the mirror of her imagined image, slim, beautiful, surrounded by admiring eyes. Unaware of the deception, Anna eagerly awaited the next day, imagining how her beauty would blossom and how people's admiring glances would become her reward. A week of fasting passed. Anna had lost some weight. Even the hallway mirror confirmed it. Her waist had grown slimmer, her cheeks slightly hollow, and her eyes, though tired, shone with pride. She put on a modest yet elegant dress and went to the church service. There glances met her, and her heart rejoiced. "How devoted you are, Anna," one sister said with a smile. "Your fast must be something truly special." Anna lowered her shoulders modestly. "Glory to God, I try my best." But in her heart a wave of self-admiration rose, self-worship disguised as spirituality. Anna became a model of pseudo-spirituality for other sisters. They asked her advice, how to fast, how to battle the flesh. But during the service, the preacher suddenly spoke about the Pharisees. They fasted twice a week. They stood on street corners, showing people their sour faces and how their bodies suffered. But Jesus saw their hearts, and he said, "They already have their reward." For fasting that is not for God or for others is theatre, and God is not looking for actors. He is looking for sons and daughters. These words pierced Anna to the bone like an arrow. Her smile vanished. "This is about me," she thought, but immediately tried to push the thought away. "No, I truly try. I fast, I pray." But the Holy Spirit did not remain silent. Your fast is not a sacrifice to God. It is an investment in your own glory. You are not seeking me. You are seeking yourself. Her palms grew sweaty. She lowered her eyes, unable to lift them. Why did it hurt so much? Because truth always hurts when it shatters deceit. She remembered those evenings when, instead of praying, she stood before the mirror evaluating her sacrifice. She recalled rejoicing at each kilogram lost on the scale. And suddenly, as if a veil had fallen, she saw herself as God saw her, one who used the sacred to pursue the worldly. Tears welled up in her eyes, not for show, not for others, real ones, bitter like the poison of self-love she had drunk every day. "God, forgive me. I didn't realize how far I had gone." Questions for the reader. 1. Have you noticed that your spiritual practices, such as fasting, are sometimes motivated by personal goals rather than a desire to draw closer to God? 2. How can such motives be recognized? Chapter 9. A good deed driven by bodily motivation. One evening, the parents of Sophia, a young sister from the church, turned to her. "Daughter, tomorrow we're going to the field to dig up potatoes." Their voices were gentle, but carried a note of weariness. "Please help us," they asked with hope. 17-year-old Sophia sighed. "But tomorrow is my day off. My day," she thought. A day for sleeping in, for mirrors, dresses, and deciding on a hairstyle before the youth gathering, so I can look unforgettable. "I'm sorry, but I can't," she replied. Her father gently insisted. "Daughter, the weather forecast says it'll be hot, 30 degrees. Your mother and I will struggle to work under the sun alone. Please help us." She opened her mouth to refuse again, but suddenly, like an uninvited guest, a thought crept into her mind, born of the lust of the eyes. "Heat! That's perfect. I'll get a tan. I haven't managed to tan well this summer yet, and before the youth gathering, that's exactly what I need. I'll shine like a star. All the brothers will be in awe, unable to take their eyes off me." Her heart began to beat faster. The dream lit up her imagination like a spark. She saw herself at the gathering, sun-kissed, wearing a light dress that embraced her slender figure, surrounded by admiring glances, every move of hers carefully watched. "And I'll help my parents at the same time," she added inwardly, though this thought only masked the true motive. "All right, I'll help," she said. Her parents rejoiced, unaware of what lay behind her agreement. They breathed a sigh of relief, their faces glowing with joy. The next morning Sophia awoke before her alarm. Her body, which the night before had resisted the idea of work, was now filled with enthusiasm. She chose a light tank top that revealed her shoulders and a tight skirt that would highlight her coming tan. After a quick glance in the mirror, she set off for the field. Working under the sun, she thought not of her parents' joy, but of how stunning she would look that evening. This thought warmed her more than the morning sun itself. How do I look? Is the tan showing yet? The question never left her mind. Sophia carried a small mirror in her pocket, and whenever her parents weren't watching, she would secretly check whether the tan was setting evenly. The mirror had become her idol, a tiny, gleaming god she served with more zeal than the one who looks at the heart. Under the blazing sun, Sophia dug the earth with great energy. Her arms grew tired, but her soul did not. On the contrary, in her imagination, she was already the queen of the evening. Sweat streamed down her back, but she didn't complain, for this was tireless labor in the service of her beauty. Her parents, seeing her diligence, smiled. Their eyes shone warmly upon her. "That's our daughter, such a hard worker," said her father proudly. "They must really teach them well at the youth gatherings about honoring their parents." "It seems so," agreed her mother, without doubting her daughter's sincerity. "You can already tell she'll become a true woman of prayer," the mother added, her voice trembling with hope. But demons of deception, standing aside, laughed. "What a fine performance," one remarked, "but we know the truth." "People see only the outward act, never the motive," the other replied. "And that works in our favor. Let her do good, but with our motives." Dark shadows dissolved into the air, leaving behind a faint smell of smoke, and Sophia, unaware of their manipulation, worked with zeal, believing her action to be Christian. Question to the reader. 1. How can we examine our motives before undertaking a good deed? Chapter 10. False Zeal. Behind the Mask of Piety. At the church gathering, Denis stood aside, watching the brothers. His attention was drawn to Artem, a young man who usually could never be persuaded to attend youth meetings. No matter how much they pleaded with him, he always avoided gatherings, hiding behind excuses about exams, or justifying himself with work or fatigue. But this time, something had changed. One of the brothers approached Artem with a smile and said, "Tomorrow some guests will be coming to the youth fellowship, Artem. Sisters, young, beautiful, spiritual. Don't miss your chance." Artem lifted his eyes from his phone. His gaze, like two stones at the bottom of a deep river, suddenly lit up with life. "Really?" he asked. "Well, all right, I'll come." Denis felt a tightness in his chest, as if something was not right. The change seemed too sudden, too unnatural. It was as though someone had placed a mask of piety on Artem's face. Just yesterday it had been impossible to get him to come, and now, with one phrase, he was ready. Something's not clean here, Denis thought, unease stirring in his soul. That night, a dark shadow flitted through Artem's room. The spirit of lust, hiding in the twilight, began to whisper. The young man couldn't fall asleep. His imagination was running wild. That evening, his heart was like a window left wide open to dark thoughts. "The gathering isn't really for me," he reasoned, "but tomorrow I should go, since new girls will be there. I've long wanted real love. What if I meet my future wife there? My whole life will change." He pictured a wedding, a white dress, rings, and she, his possession. Then he imagined the beauty with the gentle smile, cooking his meals, massaging his shoulders, pleasing him in everything. giving him delight. These visions warmed his soul, quickening his heartbeat. The demon of deception fueled his curiosity. Yes, Artem, you're on the right path. A wife is paradise on earth, pleasure, comfort. Go to the gatherings more often, sing psalms, smile at the sisters, visit the sick. Let everyone see how spiritual you are. The sisters will notice you and fall at your feet. Artem smiled, his imagination bathed in admiring glances as if in the rays of glory. The sisters whispered, their eyes glowing every time he opened his mouth. But suddenly, the shadow of his dream darkened. To marry a believer, I need to become a member of the church, he thought. Without that, I won't even reach the altar. That's a problem. What should I do? The spirit of deception quickly suggested, baptism is the key to your dreams. Step into the center, repent before everyone. Not sincerely, of course, just for show. The sisters will believe you. The brothers will support you. You'll go through the classes, get baptized, and the way to heaven on earth will be open. The main thing is to look convincing. Play their game. Smile, speak of God as if you had seen him yourself. Be polite, give flowers, pay compliments. You're so beautiful. Captivate her with your faith. Until the wedding, hold back. Don't show who you really are. Keep the fish from being frightened away. And afterward, you can take off the mask, relax, and be yourself. And everything will be yours. Artem felt how these images stirred desire in his heart, and the desires urged him toward action. The next day, Denis saw Artem step forward. His voice trembled. His words were precise, moving, too well chosen, and during the prayer he even shed a tear. True repentance. Or what? Denis thought, and his heart froze between hope and fear. But something about it seemed too perfect, too confident. And in the shadows, behind it all, where no eye could see, the demons laughed. A good performance. The audience applauds. People see a play on stage, but we are the directors of this drama. Let him grow in the church, with our roots beneath him. Somewhere in the house, a floorboard creaked. Denis awoke in a cold sweat. What was that? It had seemed as though he were standing by Artem's room, hearing every word. But how good it was that it had only been a dream, Denis thought. Questions for the reader. 1. How do you distinguish true zeal for God from a false one that may be driven by personal interests or hidden desires? Chapter 11. Convenient faith or true discipleship. From time to time, Denis recalled the story of the Apostle Peter, feeling how it pierced his soul like a splinter. It ached, reminding him of his own fears, leaving him restless. When Jesus told his disciples about the shame and death awaiting him in Jerusalem, Peter immediately sensed the threat, not only to Christ, but also to himself. He had left behind his home, his boat, his nets, and the quiet life by the Sea of Galilee to follow the Messiah. But in his imagination, this was a path to glory. He pictured himself at the side of a mighty king, ruling a new kingdom. Suffering had no place in his plans. Peter could not openly say, "Do not go to the cross because I fear pain." That would have sounded far too selfish. So he chose more careful words. "Lord, this shall never happen to you. Spare yourself." The phrase seemed to show concern, but Jesus instantly uncovered its true essence. "Get behind me, Satan." His voice cut through the air like lightning. It was not Peter himself speaking, but the desire of the flesh, masked as compassion for the teacher. It was human thinking, which had nothing in common with God's calling. In reality, Peter was not concerned about God's plan. He was worried about his own comfort, his fear of beatings and humiliation. His very being cried out, "Protect yourself from pain." He imagined the crowd seizing Christ, and with him himself as well. Beatings, mockery, perhaps even death. And when the moment of testing came, he lacked the courage to tell the truth. The flesh's desire to avoid suffering prevailed, and he denied his Lord. But there were others, 3 young men from the book of Daniel. Their bodies, like Peter's, feared pain, yet their spirit was stronger. They stood before a furnace breathing death, yet they did not bow to the idol. Once again, the devil convened his council. Darkness stirred into motion. Swift action was needed. Figures of hostile forces appeared in an instant, like a pack of hungry wolves. Satan rose from his throne, cloaked in darkness, and declared, "He is beginning to recognize our schemes. His spirit is growing stronger. We are losing our hold over him. Change tactics immediately," he commanded. "Sow irritation, quarrels, and anger. Strike where he is weakest. His wife, his children. These are our trump cards. Let his home become a battlefield. Through them, you must act. Now go." Denis did not yet know that new attacks were already approaching and the storm was heading straight for him, but his inner man was being strengthened through meditations on the three young men. Questions for the reader. 1. Have you ever, like Peter, disguised your own fears or selfish desires as concern for others? Chapter 12. Pressure on the body and voices in the soul. Denis stood by the sink, his hands submerged in warm soapy water. The sponge squeaked against the plate, scrubbing away the dried remnants of borscht. But the real dirt wasn't on the dishes, it was settling on his heart. Thoughts, like heavy dark clouds, slowly gathered from every side. He imagined Olena in the living room, resting, scrolling through her phone, while he, after a long, exhausting day, was stuck washing dishes. Why doesn't she clean up after herself? Why didn't she even get up when I came home? He thought, squeezing the sponge so hard that suds dripped onto the counter. Every crumb on the table seemed deliberately left for him. Why do I always have to carry this burden? And with the kids too. The toys, the dirty socks scattered everywhere. Is my role really to be a slave to housework? On the outside, he looked like a caring husband, sleeves rolled up, apron tied across his chest, neatly stacking the clean dishes into the rack. But inside, a volcano simmered, building pressure over time. Each swipe of the sponge irritated him. Every clink of a spoon against a bowl only stoked the inner fire. His body, weary from work, cried out for rest. Instead, here he stood, silently protesting. The pressure felt unjust, gnawing at him from within. Thoughts whispered, "You deserve better. At the very least, a thank you." His breath grew heavier. A storm brewed in his chest. Darkness, like a shadow behind his back, closed in tighter around him. Each thought was like a drop of black ink spreading across his heart. He believed these were only his own thoughts, complaints of fatigue and unfairness. And then, from the depths, where unseen ears listened to the heart, familiar voices rose. Look at him, the noble servant. Outwardly serving, but inside boiling with anger. One mocked. Feed him more bitterness, push him to explode. Remind him again how he breaks his back while she lounges on the couch. Show her who the real martyr is. And her? She's just lazy. She doesn't notice you sitting there like a queen. Show her you're not a servant. The thoughts in Denis's head grew like an avalanche, gathering force as it tumbled down. At first it was a quiet whisper. I'm tired. Why me? Then discontent turned into resentment, and resentment into anger that pounded in his temples. With every dish washed, his heart grew heavier. Finally Denis snapped, like a thin branch breaking under the weight of snow. Throwing the sponge into the sink, he strode sharply toward Olena, who sat on the couch with a cup of tea. Woman, his voice trembled with restrained fury. Can't you, just once, do this yourself? I've come home from work, my back is killing me, and you've left all this mess for me. How much longer? Olena jumped up, startled and offended, as if scalded. Her lips tightened. She answered without lifting her eyes. I was waiting for you to ask me today, Olena, how are you? But instead, accusations again. Why are you always like this? She burst out, You think I lie on the couch all day? The kids, lunch, laundry, I carry it all while you're at work, and when you come home all you see is your own mess. Why don't you see me? Why don't you ever hold me? Her words struck like lightning, igniting a blaze. They clashed, each with their own truth, each with their own wound. Words flew like shards of glass, slicing through the silence of the kitchen. A place that just moments ago had been filled with the aroma of dinner and the warmth of home was now heavy with the smoke of unspoken grievances. And in their hearts burned an atmosphere of mutual accusations, where every word was like a knife thrust into the back, leaving invisible scars. Question for the reader. How can we recognize when our thoughts become instruments of hostile forces, pushing us toward anger or conflict? Chapter 30. The Battle at Work. That week, temptation ambushed Denis at work, in the daily routine where the spiritual seemed to fade into the background. The smell of food from the cafeteria teased him, while his stomach growled loudly with hunger. He imagined sitting down at the table, lifting a spoon, and finally enjoying lunch, the first break of the entire morning. But just as he stepped into the cafeteria, the sharp, commanding voice of his boss stopped him. "Hey man, lunch is postponed for an hour." Denis turned and saw his manager standing before him like a general before his soldier, stocky, broad-shouldered, hands shoved into his pockets. "A truck just arrived with cargo. Go unload it, quickly," he barked. The cafeteria, with its longed-for meal, vanished before Denis's eyes. In its place appeared a row of heavy boxes, dust, sweat, and burden. Hunger twisted his insides, and the thought of grueling work only fueled his anger. Why now, of all times? His sinful nature rebelled. The forces of darkness wasted no time. They were already in full battle formation. "Unfair," they growled. "What are you, a servant? It's your rightful break, and he commands you like a king. Let him carry the boxes himself." The anger in Denis's soul swelled like water pressing against a dam, ready to burst. He clenched his teeth, on the verge of spilling out the frustration that flared up in his pride like a struck match. But then he thought, better not provoke the boss, or he'll just dump even more work on me. He trudged toward the warehouse, not out of obedience, but simply to avoid more trouble. Nearby, his co-worker Ihor leaned casually against the wall, laughing at someone's joke. And then came another blow. As the boss walked past, he called out, "Good job yesterday, Ihor. Well done." Denis's fists tightened. "Good job?" "Yesterday he spent half the day in the smoking area while I hauled his boxes alone. And now he gets the praise?" Anger burned in his chest, and then came another poisonous thought, as though someone had poured venom into his mind. Unseen shadows stirred in the corners of the warehouse. Their voices, sharp as needles, pierced his heart. "See how Ihor relaxes while you break your back. Why does that lazy man bask in praise while you, like a mule, carry the load alone? This isn't fair." Jealousy, like a cold wave, washed over his heart. Denis imagined Ihor laughing behind his back, enjoying an easy life. His hands trembled as he grabbed another box. His mind roared, "Where is the justice? Your boss is mocking you, and you endure it. Drop everything. Show them who's in charge." Denis pictured himself slamming the box to the floor, watching it burst into pieces, its contents scattering, along with his own nervous system exploding in rage. The next thought cut even deeper. "You're pathetic if you let them walk all over you. Is this even a life? Snap! Let your anger loose." He barely restrained himself from smashing the boxes against the concrete. His body labored heavily, but his soul sweated from the inner battle. Denis silently unloaded the truck, though inside him everything was screaming. Questions for the reader. 1. When you face injustice at work or in other areas of life, how does it affect your inner peace? 2. What helps you resist giving in to anger or resentment? Chapter 14. Cutlets of Anger. After unloading the truck, where every box felt like a weight of iron, and the praise given to Ihor like a burning nail in his head, Denis's legs were heavy, filled with the lead of exhaustion. At last, sweaty and worn out, he made it to the cafeteria. The aroma of borscht and fresh bread from the kitchen lured him, while his stomach groaned like a hungry wolf. He imagined unwrapping the parcel where juicy cutlets awaited, his only comfort after a grueling morning. Sitting down at the table, Denis untied the package with trembling hands and nearly fainted. Instead of the meaty aroma he had dreamed of, he was met with nothing but a pale piece of cold potato. The cutlets, golden fragrant, the ones he had longed for all morning, were gone. Elena had forgotten to pack them. Hunger struck him like a fist in the gut, and disappointment pierced his soul like a burning arrow. His flesh groaned like a wounded beast. Why do I have to endure this? I slaved away while I loafed around, and now I'm left without lunch. Don't I have the right to eat like a human being? His imagination painted a picture of Olena, sitting at home in a cozy kitchen, sipping tea with cookies, laughing with the children, without a thought of him. And here he was, alone, surrounded by cement, grime, and injustice. The demons, slumbering in the dark corridors of his mind, awoke like a swarm of wasps ready to sting. Their slippery voices crawled into his thoughts. What an insult. She couldn't even be bothered to care for your lunch. You're last on her list, after the children, after her tea, after her own comfort. See how much she respects you? Their hissing sounded like snakes. Denis's soul was already simmering like soup over a slow fire, and the demons needed only to turn up the heat. Throw in a pinch of imagined offense. It always adds flavor, they whispered. You deserve better. She should have packed you something delicious, but instead she tossed you scraps. You're not a dog, are you? Denis's fingers gripped the package so tightly that the plastic crackled. Call her right now. Let her feel how angry you are when you're hungry, the thoughts urged. Denis grabbed his phone. His fingers trembled, his heart pounded, and his anger, fueled by the whispers, boiled like molten lava. As soon as Olena answered, the words burst out in a torrent, sharp as blades, as if someone else were speaking through him. Olena, where are the cutlets? I'm starving here like a dog, and you threw me only potatoes. How could you do this to me? Olena's voice, thin and trembling, barely made it through the receiver. My love, I'm sorry. I was rushing. The children were crying. I forgot by accident. And you didn't forget your own head, did you? Denis roared. I'm slaving away here like a workhorse, and you couldn't even pack me a meal? His anger blazed like a fire. He didn't let her get a word in. His shouting flew through the phone like stones shattering glass, and once again through Denis's dissatisfied body a quarrel erupted with Olena. People around him turned their heads. Some said something. But at that moment, Denis cared more about cutlets than about the good name of a Christian. Questions for the reader. 1. Have you ever faced situations where hunger, fatigue, or other physical needs provoked you to anger or resentment toward loved ones? How did you deal with those feelings? Chapter 9. The struggle of spirit and flesh. Denis crossed the threshold of his home, feeling every muscle cry out for rest. The workday had drained him. His legs throbbed as if a steamroller had rolled over them, and his back ached as though struck by a hammer all day long. His beloved couch beckoned with soft cushions, promising a moment of peace. I'll just lie down. That's all, he thought, picturing how comfort would wrap his weary body like a blanket. He longed for a quiet harbour after the storm, where there would be no dust, no heavy loads, no demands from anyone. But the demons were already whispering, Here he comes, our hero, tired, irritable, the perfect chance to push him into sin. The moment he stepped into the living room, Olena spun around sharply. Her face was tense, her hands trembling with exhaustion. She was holding their younger son, who was tugging at her hair, while the older one dashed around the room, scattering toys. Man, what couch? Her voice cut like a knife. Take the kids outside. I've been with them all day. I have no strength left. Anger flared in Denis's chest, like fire sweeping through dry grass. And what about my right to rest? I'm exhausted. Can't she see that? He thought. Woman, I just came back from work, he thundered. All day I've been hauling sacks, breathing dust. I've earned at least an hour of silence. Elena set the younger one on the floor, and he immediately burst into tears. Earned? Her voice shook. And what about my rights? From morning till night I've been doing everything around the house, and on top of that, these two haven't given me a moment's peace. Do you think I'm not exhausted too? The demons chuckled gleefully. Bravo, Elena. Prove your fatigue is greater. And you, Denis, stand your ground, urged another. How dare she speak to you like that? Don't let her wipe her feet on you. The quarrel ignited. Hurtful words flew back and forth. Denis frowned, feeling rage cloud his mind. Elena stood opposite him, her eyes glistening with tears, yet she did not back down. The children, frightened by the shouting, fell silent, and the air grew heavy, like before a storm. Suddenly, through the storm of voices, Denis heard a gentle whisper, deep, filled with love. Stop. Don't you see the pain in her eyes? Don't you hear how your words wound her? The demons grew restless. Don't listen, hissed one, his voice ringing like a bell. You have the right to lie on that couch. You work hard. Why should you give in? She wants to control you, can't you see? If you give in now, she'll always command you. Show her who's the master of this house. These thoughts tried to creep into his mind, but God spoke like light piercing the darkness. Love does not seek its own. You are strongest not when you win the quarrel, but when you take her burden upon yourself. Take the children, give her rest, and I will give you strength. Denis took a deep breath. His shoulders relaxed. He looked at Elena, and the fury faded from his eyes. All right, he said quietly. I'll take the kids. Go, rest. Elena froze in surprise, her lips trembling as if she had braced for a blow, but instead received an embrace. The demons gnashed their teeth, retreating into the shadows. We'll be back, they muttered, but their voices were already fading like an echo. The father took his children by the hand. Though his body still begged for rest, peace settled in his heart, quiet and steady, like the roots of an ancient oak. Outside, a gentle spring breeze brushed his face, cool and tender like the breath of hope. The children ran toward the swings, and their father, smiling, thought, Thank God, this time I have won. Not against her, but against myself. Question to the reader. Have you ever, like Denis or Elena, found yourself in conflict because of fatigue or the desire to rest? Chapter 6. The Bathroom War. The next morning seemed ordinary, yet an unseen battle was already gaining momentum. Denis was hurrying to work when a sudden urge forced him to dash to the bathroom. His body, treacherous and merciless, declared a state of emergency. Urgently. He lunged for the door, but the handle wouldn't budge. Locked. Elena was inside. Please, open up, he cried out, as impatience pressed on his body so intensely that sweat broke across his forehead. Inside, a volatile mix of anger and humiliation boiled. His voice trembled, teetering between plea and irritation. 5 more minutes, she answered calmly. Those words struck him like a poisoned arrow. I'm on fire already, he screamed inwardly. Once again the tempters stirred, skillfully playing on his sinful nature. Their voices were familiar, echoes of old quarrels, unforgiveness, all the dust that had long settled in his soul. She knows how badly you need this, but she doesn't care. For her, this is pleasure. There you stand, gritting your teeth like a dog outside the door, while she sits there like a queen on her throne. Is that fair? His mind boiled like porridge left too long on the stove, about to spill over. The door remained locked, and their hearts even more so. She's mocking you, urged a demon. You're desperate, and she makes you wait. Show her who's the master of this house. Denis slammed the door with his fist. Open up now, or I'll break this damn door down, he shouted. His voice poured out years of stored anger. Every little insult, every unspoken reproach burst forth in that cry. The dark forces rejoiced, their eyes gleaming with triumph. Meanwhile, in Elena's mind, voices of pride also began to stir. He only thinks of his own cravings. Don't you deserve respect? You're not his servant, Elena. Don't give in. The demons drove them not only against each other, but also against the shadows within their own hearts. The quarrel grew fiercer, for each sought to satisfy their own need at the other's expense. Evil spirits had once again fulfilled their mission. But then, something broke inside Denis. His eyes fell on the mirror opposite. The reflection struck him. A twisted face, clenched teeth, rage. He recognized someone entirely different from the man he longed to be. "Lord," he whispered, "forgive me. Once again I gave in. Once again they celebrate." Meanwhile, the door between Denis and Elena stood as a wall dividing their worlds. His urgency against her dignity, his shouting against her silence. The locked door had become a symbol of everything that had grown between them. Misunderstanding, stubbornness, a quiet war for power. Yet deep in her heart, Elena heard another voice, soft, nearly drowned out. Why are we always at war? Why can't we just open the door to each other? In that stifling moment, memory carried her back, like an old photograph, an evening, years ago. She and Denis sat in this very bathroom, laughing. Then the door had been open, and their hearts filled with love. They shared small joys, and the world seemed simpler, without worries, without walls. Elena sighed, feeling tears prick her eyes. She stood up. Her hands slowly reached for the latch. But could she open not just this door, but also the unseen ones that had risen between them through the years? Denis stood on the other side. His fist lowered. His anger began to melt, giving way to the same memory, when they were not enemies, but two hearts beating in unison, full of trust and warmth. The door before him no longer seemed just a barrier, but a boundary between who they once were and who they had become. Yet in this struggle between two hearts beating on opposite sides, a spark of hope still smouldered, if only one of them dared to turn the latch of the unseen doors. Question to the reader. 1. Do you know how to place love and respect for your neighbor above your own temporary desires or inconveniences? Chapter C. Mundin. The temptations of the eyes and the snares of the heart. That day in the thrift store seemed ordinary to Olena. Piles of clothes, the scent of old fabric, the murmur of people. But suddenly her gaze stopped on a dress. It hung among the worn sweaters, silky deep blue, with delicate lace on the sleeves. Sunlight pierced through the dusty window and played upon the fabric, and in that very moment, a demon lurking nearby quietly slipped into her thoughts, and soon after, into her desires. "Look at that beauty," he whispered, his voice as soft as the rustle of silk. "Imagine yourself in it, slender, desired, like a majestic queen walking through the crowd. Everyone turns to watch you, their eyes burning with admiration, clinging to you like honey to fingertips. You deserve this. This dress was made for you." Elena felt a thrill of joy, and before her inner vision appeared a picture. She was walking down the street, the dress caressing her body, the wind playing with the hem, while passers-by whispered, unable to tear their astonished eyes away. Her heart trembled with excitement and pride. She suddenly turned to Denis, who was examining old jeans, and said almost pleadingly, but with a note of insistence, "Buy me this dress, I really want it." He looked at the dress, then at Olena. His tongue nearly betrayed him with the words, "You already have a closet full of things you don't wear." But he bit them back, knowing such a phrase would be a spark that could ignite a fire right here among the hangers and curious stares. Instead, he sighed, his voice quiet but heavy like a stone. "Olena, we don't have much money right now. It's not the time for dresses." She pouted, her face, just moments ago glowing with dreams, now dimmed with disappointment. The lust of the eyes screamed in her heart, "I want this! It's mine!" The spirit of deception added fuel to the fire. "He's just stingy," it whispered. "He doesn't love you, doesn't value you. You could shine like a star, but he keeps you in old rags." When they returned home, the air between them was charged like a live wire, and then Olena, unable to hold back, exploded like lightning. Throwing her bag onto the table, she stood in the middle of the room like an enraged goddess of domestic battles. "You're a miser, Denis. You couldn't spare money for one little dress. Every day I work myself to exhaustion at home, and you can't buy me even this small thing." Denis felt fury boiling in his chest, and something inside him, like a wild beast, broke loose. He muttered back, "You have no idea how hard I work just so we don't starve." Behind those words hid something deeper, a fear that he wasn't enough, that he couldn't give her what she so desperately longed for. And that was enough for the flames to catch. Every word became salt on an open wound, every look a slap in the face. The quarrel grew stronger, while the spirits of malice skillfully carried out yet another task. They were like unseen puppeteers behind the curtain, pulling the strings of human hearts, playing them like marionettes. But in the midst of this storm, a quiet voice sounded in Olena's heart, gentle yet piercing. "Olena, stop. What is it you truly want? Will the dress give you real joy? Will the stares of strangers fill your heart? Your beauty is not in fabric, but in gentleness and humility. Cast aside this desire that drags you toward the abyss, and I will give you true joy." She heard that voice, but anger was louder, more intoxicating. And the struggle in their home descended like night upon their hearts, swallowing the warmth of their love. She quarreled not only out of vanity or desire, it went deeper. She grieved the loss of her sense of being a woman. Once, she had dreamed of a different life, but had laid those hopes on the altar of family happiness. This was her attempt to find herself again, the one she had seen in the mirror before marriage, the one who dreamed, created, and felt special. But all of that had long been buried under the routine of family life, beneath the weight of daily duties that had dragged her into the grey veil of the roles of wife and mother. Back then, she had felt alive. Now it was a cry from the depths of her soul, a longing to feel free again, and so the war at home continued, until night swallowed their last words. Question to the reader. 1. Have you ever experienced situations where the desire for something material led to tension or conflict with your loved ones? Chapter 8. Faith that cracks at the seams. In the church where Denis served, there was Sister Halina, a woman with kind eyes and a gentle voice, who was always reading the Bible. She had a daughter, 16-year-old Ivanka, a lively, brave girl who, that very day, was leaving her village for the city. Before the departure, Halina squeezed her daughter's hand tightly and pleaded, "Ivanka, call me when you arrive. I need to know you're safe." The girl nodded, smiled, and disappeared behind the bus doors. Halina stood there for a long time, watching until the dust on the road finally settled. Time passed. Halina sat in the service, listening to the sermon, but kept glancing at the clock above the pulpit. The hands moved forward relentlessly. By now, Ivanka should have already reached the city. The road was barely over an hour long. Yet the phone remained silent. Halina pulled out her old cell phone and dialed her daughter's number. "The subscriber is out of network coverage," the cold operator's voice replied. She tried again and again. Silence. Her fingers trembled and her heart tightened with fear as if pierced from within. At that moment in the unseen realm, spirits of deception gathered around her mind. "There she is, our prey," they whispered. "Her daughter isn't calling, the perfect bait. Send her images, let her imagine the worst. And then reel her in. Let her see the girl under the wheels, blood flowing across the asphalt. Or even better, thieves, a dark alley, screams. Let her heart shatter, let her faith rip apart at the seams." Their whispers invaded Halina's thoughts. Sitting there, clutching the phone, she suddenly pictured Ivanka lying on the roadside, broken and motionless. Halina shuddered. Her breathing grew shallow. Her imagination painted new horrors, each more dreadful than the last. A dark van, Rough hands grabbing her daughter, a helpless scream. She's been kidnapped, flashed through her mind. Helena's heart pounded like a trapped bird. And then came the worst image. Ivanka, broken, shamed, abandoned somewhere in a basement. Helena covered her mouth with her hand to stifle a cry. Her face turned pale, her eyes filled with tears, her blood pressure spiked. It felt as though a dark cloud had swallowed her whole. Meanwhile, the preacher reminded the congregation of God's promise. Cast all your anxiety on him, because he cares for you. 1 Peter 5:7. He urged them to cling to this word like an anchor in the storm, to preach the truth to themselves, to stand firm in it until the storm passed. But Helena no longer heard the sermon or the worship songs. The shadows of doubt had slipped in through the cracks and drowned out the voice of truth. The spirits of deception kept whispering, "Don't listen to his nonsense. What if God doesn't save her? What if your daughter is already lost? You'll be left alone, broken-hearted and disgraced." Their suggestions piled up one after another, twisting her thoughts, sowing uncertainty. Helena could no longer bear it. Instead of reminding herself of God's word, she kept replaying her fears, letting panic consume her. Within half an hour, she had called everyone she knew, her voice shaking with despair. "Ivanka isn't answering." "Something happened," she cried into the phone. Her words came out broken, her eyes red from tears. She even thought of calling the police to report her daughter missing. Her hands shook, her mind conjured up fresh horrors. But in reality, nothing had happened. All those fears lived only in her imagination. And then, just as her panic reached its peak, the phone rang. "Mom, it's me," Ivanka's cheerful voice sounded. "My phone died, but I'm already in the city. Everything's fine." Instead of lifting her eyes to heaven and whispering, "Thank you, Lord, for your great mercy," Helena exploded at her daughter. "What were you thinking, Ivanka?" she shouted into the phone. "I was going out of my mind here and you didn't call. Just wait till you come home. You'll see what happens." Her voice rang with anger and reproach. The same heart that had trembled with fear moments earlier now boiled with irritation. The demons in the darkness clapped their hands in delight. "See how she lashes out?" one laughed. "No gratitude, no trust in God or his word. Just anger and quarrels. We've won again. High five. Let her keep living in her twisted imagination, not in the word she reads every day." Denis, standing aside and watching, realized one terrifying truth. The greatest battles are not fought in arenas but within our own thoughts. Helena had spent years reading scripture, yet had never truly learned how to keep doubt out of her heart. Question for the reader. 1. Have you ever, like Helena, allowed fear or imagined scenarios to take over your mind instead of trusting God? Chapter 90. The Seasoning of Love. The next day, Olena was standing by the stove, stirring soup in an old pot. The smell of vegetables filled the kitchen, but she suddenly stopped. "Denis, I forgot to buy a few ingredients," she said. "Please, run to the store." Denis sat on the couch, holding the TV remote. His body, relaxed after a long day of work, seemed to resist. He imagined the cold wind outside, the slippery sidewalks, the heavy bags, and laziness, like a heavy chain, bound him. Get up again? Go out again? He thought. Why does she always forget something? Can't she manage on her own? But if I don't go, she'll start reproaching me. Better to go than to listen to her complaints all night. He stood up, pulled on his jacket, and went out, not out of love or a desire to help, but simply to avoid conflict. Every step was accompanied by a quiet grumble in his heart. "I'm so tired of this. I always have to run around." When Denis returned with the groceries, he kicked off his shoes and had just settled comfortably when Olena exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot. We also need seasoning for the soup. Without it, it won't taste right." Irritation flared up again. "Enough! Is she teasing me? Why didn't she say it the first time? I already went, took off my clothes, and now she's bothering me again." Jumping to his feet, he burst out, Are you kidding me? What am I, your errand boy? If you want seasoning, go get it yourself. The quarrel spun like a whirlwind, taking root deep in their hearts, all over whose body would step outside into the cold and who would stay in the warmth. Denis's words cut deeper than he realized, leaving invisible scars in her soul. Elena gripped the spoon, her face flushed. Her voice trembled, carrying not only fatigue but also the hurt she could no longer hold inside. Do you think it's easy for me to cook? I'm on my feet all day, Denis. I cook, I clean, I keep this house together. And you can't even go out for one small thing. Tears glistened in her eyes. At first Denis thought it was from the onions, but the pain in her gaze revealed the true reason. He froze, his breath slowing. What if I'm wrong? She's not asking for nothing. Maybe she really is exhausted. Wouldn't it be better to help than to keep this war going? Denis looked at Elena, at her tear-filled eyes, at her hands trembling from strain. His anger began to melt, and the memory of the love he had once promised her before God stirred in his heart. I need to humble myself, he thought. I am a husband, called to serve my family, not to keep seeking the easier way. He exhaled deeply, feeling the irritation fade. Reaching for his jacket, he said quietly, "All right, I'll go again." Elena looked at him in surprise, her eyes softening. Denis stepped over the threshold and peace settled in his heart. Not the peace of comfort, but the peace of a hard-won victory over himself. Question for the reader. 1. Are you willing to sacrifice your own rest in order to act out of love? Chapter 20. The Facade of Godliness. The next day, Denis walked down the evening street beside his wife, Elena, while their 2 sons trudged silently behind. The air was filled with the warmth of a summer day, yet inside him a storm was raging. Elena clutched heavy bags of groceries to her chest, as if they were her only support, a charm against poverty. She was carrying more than food. She bore the weight of care for her family. Yet her effort did nothing to soften her husband's tone as he hurled sharp words at her. "How could you spend so much at the store? We barely have enough as it is," he grumbled, furrowing his brows. "You don't understand. The children need fruit and new socks. They can't wear ones full of holes," she replied. "This isn't luxury, it's necessity." But to Denis, those expenses felt unnecessary. They were like sparks falling on gunpowder. Soon something heavy pressed on his heart, and he whispered a prayer in his thoughts. "Lord, why did I lose my temper again? I only wanted things to be right, to be truthful." But then a quiet thought struck him straight to the heart. "Don't you see, Denis? Your wife and children need love more often than your correctness. For truth, spoken without love, can wound deeply." He looked at Elena, but she no longer looked back at him. And then, as if by the will of an invisible director, 2 familiar figures appeared around the corner, brothers from church. Their silhouettes shone like headlights on a dark road, exposing what was hidden. They walked toward them like the very footsteps of the Lord, bringing secret things into the light. In just a moment, the brothers would become witnesses to their quarrel. Elena's heart tightened with anxiety, and Denis felt the heat of shame burning his cheeks. What will they think if they see our fight? The thought flashed through both their minds almost simultaneously. Was it fitting for children of God to argue in the middle of the street in plain sight? The quarrel instantly vanished like steam, hidden behind a forced smile. The sons silently obeyed an unspoken command, growing quiet as if afraid to disturb the fragile play. Elena once again became the model wife, and Denis the pious brother. As they approached, one of the brothers looked warmly into Denis's eyes and asked, "How are you doing?" And Denis, swallowing the bitter aftertaste of their recent quarrel, answered as though reciting a psalm, "Glory to the Lord, brothers, we're holding on." A quiet flame of guilt flickered in Elena's eyes, though the smile stayed on her lips. The brothers, noticing no cracks in the facade, walked on, and the couple, left alone, sighed with relief, as if exhaling all that was false from their chests. Their words before the brothers gleamed like gold plating, but their deceived hearts knew the truth. Outwardly, everything looked flawless, yet inside lingered the bitter taste of counterfeit Christianity. The worst part was not that they argued, but that they had learned how to hide it well. Religion for them had become not freedom from sin, but the art of skillfully concealing it. At home, when the door closed behind them and the bags of groceries landed in the kitchen, the younger son quietly spoke up. "Mom, why were you so angry before the uncles came, but then you suddenly became nice?" Elena lowered her eyes. Denis said nothing. Only silence testified that the child had seen more than they wished. Then the older son added, "Dad, why are you one way at church and another at home?" "What do you mean?" Denis asked. "Well, at church you're always kind and smiling. But at home," the boy lowered his voice, "you often shout." The father wanted to defend himself with the usual words, that even dads are human and make mistakes. But all those phrases seemed naive, polished, like the very sermons he delivered from the pulpit. Instead, he sank to his knees before his son so their eyes met on the same level. "You're right, son," he whispered. "I'm often not who I should be." "Does God know you're different at home?" the boy asked. "He knows," Denis replied softly, "and that is why I feel so ashamed." Questions for the reader. 1. Have you ever hidden your true feelings behind a smile in order to appear righteous before others? What made you put on that facade of godliness? 2. How often do you notice that your behavior at home differs from what people see at church or among friends? Have you thought about what God sees in those moments? 3. What do you think is more important, to appear righteous before people or to be sincere before yourself and God? How can one find the balance between outward religiosity and inner truth? Chapter 21. The Battle of Desires in the Hell of a Bus. The summer day blazed like a scorching pan when Denis stepped onto the bus, and at the same moment, something sinister seemed to slip inside with him. The doors closed behind his back like a trap. The air inside choked him, thick as steam in a bathhouse, saturated with the stench of sweat. And hostile forces were already lying in wait for the weakness of human nature. Their treacherous voices, like snakes, slithered into his thoughts. "Open the hatch, Denis," whispered the spirit that fed the desires of the flesh. His tone was sweet, yet venomous. "Imagine the fresh breath of wind cooling your sweaty brow. Don't you crave it?" Without hesitation, Denis gave in to temptation. He reached for the hatch, swung it open, and a gust of cool air burst into the bus like a blessing. For a moment it seemed the heat retreated, and his body received the longed-for reward. But the joy quickly melted away. The bus roared with indignation. "Close the hatch!" a voice shouted from the back rows. Passengers, their shirts clinging to their backs, erupted like an irritated hive. Their eyes blazed with discontent and their voices merged into a chaotic swarm. "Close it, or I'll get a draft," barked an elderly woman gripping the rail. "I'll get sick too," bellowed a burly man in a cap. "Because of this selfish fool, we'll all catch a chill." Then the evil spirit, sensing an opportunity, tossed in a spark. "You won't let them humiliate you, will you? Strike back at that idiot in the cap." A fire ignited in Denis's chest. "I'm suffocating. And all you can do is whine," he shouted. Pride demanded justice, while the demon stoked the tension. Insults flew from both sides. The quarrel flared like a wildfire. But behind the curtain of fleshly arguments, another invisible battle raged. A battle of hearts, where pride, selfishness, and resentment wrestled for dominion. Each defended the craving of their own being. Denis's flesh longed for cool air, while the passengers' bodies longed not to fall ill. Just as it is written in the epistle of James 4:1, "What causes fights and quarrels among you? Don't they come from your desires that battle within you? The bus rolled on, while within its walls the desires of the flesh clashed in a fierce duel. Question for the reader. Anne, are you able to put the needs of others above your own temporary desires, especially in tense or uncomfortable circumstances? Chapter 22. A craving that sparks quarrels. Denis came home from work as hungry as a wolf. He was exhausted, as if someone had wrung him out. His imagination painted before him a juicy pizza or a steak melting in his mouth. In the kitchen, Elena was moving calmly around the stove. "What's there?" he asked impatiently. "Another hour," she replied evenly. That was enough for the spirits of evil, who had been waiting for his weakness, to stir. Their cunning whispers slipped into his thoughts. "Look," they growled, "she doesn't respect you. You're tired, hungry, and she's dragging it on purpose, making you wait." Anger flared in Denis's chest. "Why do I have to put up with this?" he thought. "I work so hard. I'm worn out. Couldn't she have taken care of it earlier?" But when Elena finally served the soup, he grimaced. "Is this even food for a man?" the demon prodded. "You need something special, not this watery broth." Hurtful words burst out of his mouth. "Is this the best you could manage? I work like an ox, and you feed me water. You treat me like a potted plant." Elena froze. Her hand trembled, and a drop of soup slid from the spoon onto the table like a tear. Pain flashed in her deep, beautiful eyes. Denis went on. "Look at Mikhailo's wife. She always makes him something delicious. She takes care of him, greets him with treats. And you didn't even fry an egg." "Then maybe you should find someone else." "Someone like Mikhailo's wife," Elena answered coldly. The tempters cackled, choking on laughter. "Oh, look how he's wounded her again. His fleshly cravings are pulling him like a puppet on strings." Darkness rejoiced, for Denis was accusing his wife, not realizing his battle was not with her, but with his own nature. As it is written in James 1:14, "But each one is tempted when he is carried away and enticed by his own lust." The hostile voices would not stop, throwing more fuel on the fire. "You worked so hard and she doesn't value you. Prove to her she's wrong." And with each such thought, the conflict grew fiercer. Meanwhile, Elena thought, "How much longer can I endure this? I am not his mother, not his cook, not his servant. I am his wife, his woman. And yet he doesn't even see me. I am hungry too, but hungry in my soul. I long for tenderness and embraces without a reason. I miss the kind words that once warmed me. I don't even remember the last time he told me, 'I love you,' or 'You're my sunshine.' Now his voice holds only the cold thorns of reproach. Once he looked at me as if I were his joy. He used to bring me flowers, but now I've forgotten what roses smell like. I need his arms, holding me not only when he wants something. Why doesn't he see that I've withered without his attention, like a flower without rain? I've become a woman learning to survive without love. If only he brought me a single daisy today, I would bloom again and learn to breathe. But I am no longer a girl waiting for a fairy tale." Denis left for the bedroom, leaving behind a cloud of tension. In the dim light of the night lamp, the silence seemed heavier than any words. He knelt by the bed, his hands folded, his eyes closed, his face weary and drained. But it was hard to focus. The words of their quarrel echoed in his head. "You always think only about yourself, and you never listen to me." He tried to pray, but his words felt like dry bread without water, stuck in his throat. "Lord, help us," he whispered, sensing his prayer hit an invisible ceiling and fall back down. A verse from 1 Peter 3:7 surfaced in his memory. "God, forgive me. I've hurt the one I live with again. I had no right to treat her like this. Forgive me." But no answer came. And he realized forgiveness had to begin not from heaven, but from her. "All right, Lord." "I understand now," Denis whispered. He rose, walked out of the room, and slowly went to reconcile with his wife. Questions for the reader. 1. Have you ever faced situations where your expectations, like Denis's about food, led to conflicts with your loved ones? 2. How did you resolve them? Хочешь... The storm of distrust. Denis sat on a wooden bench near Olena's parents' house. He breathed in the scent of freshly cut grass and listened to the birds singing. The sun was slowly setting beyond the horizon, painting the sky crimson. Nothing foretold trouble. But suddenly Olena, holding a basket of apples in her hands, frowned and quietly said, "Denis, I don't remember if I unplugged the iron before we left." Her voice trembled, as if she already anticipated his reaction. Denis froze. In his mind, thoughts rose like a flock of crows startled by a sudden noise. Should they go back to the city? 2 hours of rattling in the old bus when his tired body was already aching from fatigue. Or should they just leave it as it was? But what if the iron was still heating, smoking, and then came a spark, flames, and their small apartment burned to the ground? He pictured blackened walls, charred furniture, the acrid smell of smoke seeping everywhere. Their apartment, their home, their little nest, destroyed because of someone's carelessness. His heart raced, his throat went dry. He did not truly know how to trust God enough to say to himself, "The Lord cares for me. He will not let disaster strike." To remember that God was his protector, and that even in small things his hand was evident. But that thought flickered and faded, like a weak candle snuffed out by the wind of fear. Inside his chest, 2 voices fought. One begged him to take hold of himself and trust God, who held their lives in his hands. The other, louder one, painted pictures of catastrophe, and his heart chose to believe more in catastrophe than in God's providence. Thus, in this struggle, he was losing. Inside him, everything boiled. He turned sharply to Olena, his eyes filled with fear, and his voice grew harsh. "Where was your brain? What were you thinking? And if the apartment burns down, what will we do then? Where will we live? On the street? Because of you, I have to worry and go all the way back to the city." His words fell like thunder, splitting the silence. Olena lowered her head. Her silence only fueled his anger. But inside she thought, "I forgot again. Why am I so absent-minded? And what if I really didn't unplug it? What then?" I knew he would be angry. I should have kept quiet. But I, too, was afraid of these thoughts and couldn't hide them. "You always do this," Denis shouted, feeling sweat run down his back. "Because of you, there's nothing but problems." He was agitated, not realizing this was a test of his trust in God. His heart saw only the iron glowing in his imagination, and so he could not hear the one who holds all circumstances in his hands. In those moments of unrest, he saw in Olena not a person who feared just as he did, but only the cause of his own fear. Questions for the reader. 1. Have you ever faced situations where your imagination painted the worst-case scenarios, feeding your anxiety? 2. How did you overcome such thoughts? Chapter 24. The Struggle for Peace and a Broken Heart. The evening promised to be peaceful. Denis sat on the couch, holding his phone, his little island of rest after a long day. Shiny, expensive, with a large screen that drew his eyes like a magnet. This phone was more than just an object. It had cost him months of hard labor, enduring heat and cold, coming home with aching, heavy legs. It was his treasure, his way to unwind. And so, his fingers began to glide across the screen. Favorite Christian films, inspiring sermons, heartfelt songs about God that touched the soul. This was his time. A moment to forget his fatigue and simply fill his soul with heavenly light. The screen already shimmered before his eyes, his fingers scrolling through the list of videos, and Denis felt the day's tension slowly recede. This was his time, a moment when he could rest and be spiritually refreshed. But just as he pressed play, his son Sashko burst into the room. The boy, with tousled hair and sparkling eyes, ran to his father, bouncing with impatience. "Daddy, give me the phone!" His voice rang out, sharp and insistent. "I want a cartoon, let me play. Give it, please give it." Denis froze, and he felt irritation boiling in his chest. His eyes, clinging greedily to the screen, screamed, "This is my time, my wellspring to quench my thirsty soul." The lust of the eyes slipped slyly into his imagination. He saw Sashko snatching away his precious treasure, replacing blessing with the shrill cries of cartoon characters piercing his ears. Denis's hand gripped the phone tighter, and his face darkened. "Sashko, what phone?" he barked. "Go do your homework," I said, "or you'll be in trouble with me right now." Sashko stepped back, his eyes flashing with hurt. Denis no longer saw his son, but an obstacle. A little thief stealing his peace and joy. Yet the evening did not end there. Later, when Denis stepped out for a moment, Ole, his younger son, quietly crept toward the couch like a mouse, eager to grab his father's phone. His small fingers trembled with impatience, but suddenly the phone slipped from his hands and crashed to the floor like a stone plunging into a well. The bright, expensive screen shattered into a web of cracks from edge to edge. Ole blinked in fright, his tiny hands trembling, his eyes filling with fear. "Daddy, I didn't mean to. It slipped," he stammered, stepping back. Denis froze in place, feeling irritation ignite in his chest. His flesh raged against his son, not only because of the broken phone, but because of everything it symbolized. Every month of grueling work, every evening with throbbing legs, all for this piece of glass and metal. His eyes, which had delighted in bright images, were left with nothing. Anger, like molten lava, burst from the depths of his soul. It drowned out the quiet voice whispering of love and forgiveness. Denis strode toward his son. His face flushed, his voice thundered like a storm. "Ole, what's wrong with you? Don't you have hands? Why are your fingers so clumsy that nothing can be trusted to you? Do you know how hard I worked for this? All you bring me is loss." The boy recoiled, his eyes shimmering with tears. He tried to speak, but the words stuck in his throat, and only a faint sob escaped. Denis no longer saw his son, only the shattered screen, a symbol of his efforts. In that moment, he again failed to respond in the spirit, allowing anger and desire to take control. He picked up the phone in his hands and leaned closer to assess the damage, and suddenly, in the reflection of the broken glass, again a face distorted by rage. Who was it? Not Denis. Not a father. Not the one who used to kiss his sons on the forehead before bed. But something else. Something twisted, like sin taking shape. A mask of evil, the reflection of his inner defeat. And he whispered, "God, I am breaking myself. And breaking them too." At last he understood that the light he so desperately longed for was not hidden in the glowing screen, but in the smiles of his children, in their joy reflected in their eyes. That happiness had always been here, in his embrace. And no phone, no object, was worth overshadowing it. Questions for the reader. 1. Have you ever, like Denis, clung to something that seemed to give you peace, but in reality distanced you from those you love? What was that thing, and how did it affect your relationships? 2. How can one learn to see the true light in the smiles of loved ones, in simple moments, instead of seeking it in objects or fleeting pleasures? 3. Do you believe that God, as in Denis's case, sometimes sends us broken screens, moments that force us to pause and reconsider our priorities? How do you respond to such lessons? Chapter 25. The Comfort Zone and the Struggle for Love. The autumn rain was not falling. It was weeping, covering the city with a grey veil. The wind howled between the buildings, and the wet streets grew empty as the clock struck midnight. Olena, Denis's wife, worked the evening shift, returning home in the darkness when the street lights dimmed beneath the torrents of rain. That evening, Denis, exhausted after a long day of work, lay beneath a warm blanket that embraced him like a faithful lover. The soft bed caressed his weary body, and the spreading warmth promised blissful rest. He closed his eyes, ready to sink into sleep, when the door creaked softly. Olena had come home from her shift. She pulled off her heavy, rain-soaked coat, and her tired voice barely broke the silence. "Denis, I'm scared to walk home from the bus stop at night. It feels like someone is following me. It would mean so much if you came to meet me." Her words, tender and pleading, hung in the air. But in Denis's mind a thought flashed like lightning. Not a chance. His flesh, longing for warmth and rest, rebelled. Step out into the cold and rain, when the bed held him so tightly in its embrace, it seemed impossible. He pulled the pillow over his head as if to shield himself from her request. "I have to get up early for the morning shift," he muttered, avoiding her gaze. "It's only 5 minutes' walk home. No one's going to steal you. Don't be afraid. You're not a little girl, scared of every sound in the dark." Those words struck Olena as if someone had trampled a flower already withered. She bit her lip. Her eyes, reflecting the lamplight, glistened with both fear and quiet hurt. She stepped closer, her voice trembling. "At least walk me to the elevator, Denis. I feel uneasy in the dark. The stairwell is so empty and the wind howls. There's nothing to be afraid of." He waved her off, pulling the blanket up to his chin. "The streetlights are on, the hallway's lit. Don't make things up." His words fell heavy and cold like the rain outside, which had become a symbol of the chill in their marriage. Olena silently turned away, her quiet breath, half stifled like a sob, dissolving into the darkness. But within Denis, something stirred, a faint prick of conscience, like a needle piercing his heart. He had seen her eyes, filled not only with fear but with hope, which he had just crushed. Yet the flesh and selfishness nesting in his thoughts quickly smothered that voice. They whispered, tempting and insistent, "Denis, don't be a fool. It's freezing outside, the rain's pouring like a flood. Your feet will get soaked, and tomorrow you'll be sick. Stay in bed. Protect yourself. Olena can manage. She's not a princess who needs to be led by the hand." Their voices clung to him like wet leaves sticking to his shoes. Denis squeezed his eyes shut tighter, as if he could hide from the truth. Olena's words, so simple and sincere, were cast aside like a burden he didn't want to carry. That night, Denis's flesh won. Laziness and the craving for comfort drowned out his wife's quiet plea, leaving her alone. He didn't realize that with every refusal, every night of neglect, he was slowly losing her. It was a choice leading step by step toward a painful separation. Yet deep in his soul, where a spark of their love still smoldered, another voice, quiet but insistent, broke through the sound of the rain. "You must be there when she needs you." But that whisper was muffled by the warm blanket that held him captive. The next night, Denis again lay in bed, eyes shut tightly, but sleep wouldn't come. Only memories surfaced from the depths of his mind. He saw himself in the early years of their marriage, young, in love, always meeting her at the stop. He would stand in the downpour, holding a bright umbrella and a small bouquet of chrysanthemums in his other hand. And now she stood silently under the rain of her own tears, for something inside her had broken. He remembered how she used to run to him, laughing, her hair wet, throwing herself into his arms. How he wrapped her in his jacket, kissed her cold cheeks, and whispered, "I'm here, always." And she glowed with the trust that comes from feeling safe. Back then he never thought about the cold or exhaustion, only about how to make her happy. The heart was warm and no storm could quench it. Now the voice within him grew louder. It called, "Go after her. She needs you." It was his conscience knocking at the door of his soul. Her plea, her eyes filled with fear and hope, weighed on him like a stone. Suddenly, the blanket that a moment ago had felt like a fortress now seemed like a prison. He threw it off sharply. Denis quickly pulled on his jeans and sweater, grabbed the old umbrella standing in the corner, and rushed out of the house, not caring about the cold or the rain. The wind slapped his face, the wet asphalt splashed beneath his feet, but he ran toward Olena, as if every second was the last thread holding their hearts together. For he felt it deep inside. The fate of their love was being decided in that moment. And somewhere above, beyond the clouds and the grey shadows of everyday life, God's smile shone, granting forgiveness to their hearts. Reflection question for the reader. 1. Have you ever hurt your loved ones because you were unwilling to step out of your comfort zone? Chapter: The Kinder Test. The store buzzed like a beehive, the ringing of cash registers, the rustle of bags, the murmur of shoppers. Denis pushed the cart, thinking about bread and milk, when his son Sashko suddenly froze. Before his eyes, like a magnet, shone the glimmer of a colourful wrapper that seemed to promise a hidden miracle. Sashko stood motionless before the shelf of sweets, as if he had just stepped into a magical land. His eyes, wide and hungry, locked onto a Kinder Surprise, bright, glossy, irresistible. The boy trembled, his small hands clenched, and his voice rang out sharp and insistent, like a fragile thread on the verge of snapping. "Daddy, buy it! Buy me a Kinder! Please, buy it!" His plea sounded like the cry of a soul longing for an unreachable paradise. His little body shook, his eyes burned like those of an addict craving his next dose. The demon of greed slipped into his thoughts and tugged at his desires, whispering temptations. "You must have it! Imagine the taste of chocolate on your tongue, the exciting toy inside. Without it, you are empty." Denis looked at his son and shook his head. His voice was firm, like stone. "Sashko, that's enough. I'm not buying it." And then the storm broke. The boy howled like a wounded animal, as if someone had torn from him what was most precious. His scream pierced the hum of the store. He wailed like a siren. He threw himself on the floor, pounding his fists against the dirty tiles like a fish flung onto the shore. His face contorted, exploding with noise. People turned, whispering to one another, while the father felt shame and anger boil inside his chest. His son had become uncontrollable, wild, disobedient, like a little imp awakened by greed. It seemed no longer his child was crying, but something else had seized his soul, jerking him like a puppet. The demons cackled with delight. "What a show!" they cried. "Let him scream! Let him annoy them all! Greed is our best hook!" Denis clenched his teeth, dragging Sashko by the hand toward the exit. Behind them trailed the echo of whispers and the mocking laughter of unseen spectators. Shame, like a cold wind, pierced him. What will they think? That I'm a failure of a father, unable to control even my own child. But as he thought, Denis realized he was no better than his son. He, too, had his own Kinder. Not of chocolate, but of image, the image of a perfect father admired by others. And this craving, not to be but to appear right, was quietly tightening its invisible nets around him, nets from which escape was hard. The store seemed to Denis like a miniature world. The bright shelves, like windows of paradise, promised happiness for a few coins. People bent over their carts resembled priests in the temple of consumption, each seeking their own Kinder. For some it was a new phone, for others a bottle of wine. For others still the approving glances of strangers. When Denis looked at his son, he saw his own childhood reflected in those eyes. He too had once believed that true happiness could be found inside a shiny wrapper. First toys, then alcohol, then pretty women, a car, always something new, always something shiny, but never enough. The world resembled a giant store of illusions, filled with toys for adults, each searching for their own Kinder, bright on the outside, but empty within. They all glistened. They all promised joy, but it was joy that quickly faded. People chased after their sweets, some after money, others after prestige and high status. But in the end, all were left with empty hands and empty hearts. For inside was nothing but temporary sweetness and the emptiness that followed once consumed. Denis stood and wondered, should he have given his son what he wanted, just to avoid the scene? Or was it better to teach him how to live in a world that only pretended to be made of gold? For a moment he paused. Looking into his son's tear-stained eyes, he said softly, gently, "Sashko, listen to me. I know how much you want this, but often what looks like a treasure is just a wrapper. Empty inside. The world is full of such kinders, but not all of them are good, and not all bring happiness." He hugged his son and added, "Happiness cannot be bought with money. Happiness is not things, it's you and me. Our laughter, our hugs, kind words, and my kiss before you fall asleep. Because everything else fades, breaks, or is forgotten, but the love and warmth we give each other stay with us forever." Reflection questions for the reader. 1. How often do you notice yourself chasing after your own kinder, whether material or immaterial? What is it for you? Status, possessions, recognition? 2. Do you agree with Denis's thought that the world resembles a store of illusions? 3. Have you noticed how the desire to appear right or perfect in someone else's eyes influences your actions? How do you deal with it? Chapter 27, The Fading Fire. Denis sat on the worn carpet before the fireplace. His eyes followed the tongues of flame that swayed as if alive. And suddenly, within the fire, he saw a reflection, blurred, distorted, like in a crooked mirror that mocked him with its twisted image. In that moment, Denis sank into memories of his vision, the path that had once shone before him, as if laid out with stars. Each step had led toward a goal that once, like lightning, had split the darkness of his ordinary life and filled his soul with a sacred fire. That fire had lit his heart with warmth and light, from which he could not turn away. In rare moments of silence, Denis felt his soul stretched toward the heavenly call, like a plant reaching for the sun. Yet his sinfulness and daily routine, like a heavy anchor, pulled him down. Work drained his strength like a vampire in the twilight. The cries of his children echoed in his head, demanding attention like the tolling of a cathedral bell. And Olena did not support him. Her words, instead of being a source of strength, only added another stone to his shoulders. "You're always up in the clouds, Denis. Dreams won't feed a family." Doubts gnawed at his mind, and temptations he could not resist stole his strength like shadows. All of it, like a sandstorm, swept him into its whirl. Each grain struck his face, clogging his eyes and lungs. He watched as the fire in the hearth dwindled, and felt the flame in the mirror of his soul fading too. The fire that had once promised courage, calling, a life worthy of God's name, now barely flickered under the suffocating breath of dust. Doubts fell into his heart like cold raindrops onto barely glowing embers, leaving behind only the grey ash of uncertainty, cutting him off from his calling. The energy meant to fuel the mission of his life dissolved into the everyday, like water vanishing into dry soil. In such moments, insidious thoughts crept in, shadows of forgotten memories, like rose petals hiding sharp thorns beneath their deceptive beauty. They did not shout, but whispered softly, sweetly, as if to make him believe they were his own. "Look at your neighbor, Ihor. He just bought a new car, shiny as a dream. Everyone envies him. Everyone respects him. And you? You break your back for pennies that melt in your hands like spring snow." Denis remembered Ihor, boasting about his car with a wide grin. His heart tightened with envy. Malicious thoughts hissed, "He mocks you, flaunting his wealth, while you hide your old larder in the shadows of the church parking lot, avoiding the gaze of others. You serve God, but he serves money, and still he lives better." "It's unfair," another voice rasped. "Doesn't a messenger of God deserve a better fate?" These thoughts gnawed at his faith, eating him from within like a worm slowly and mercilessly devouring the walls of his soul. Remember how the brothers admired Ihor's car? Their look wasn't envy, it was respect. "And your colleague Serhai? He already has his own business, lives in abundance, walks with his head held high. He boasts of profitable deals, of income, of a free life that could have been yours, if not for that phantom calling that fades like a dream at dawn. Dark reflections, slippery and cold, wound around his mind like a crown of thorns. Denis felt a knot of envy lodge in his chest. Maybe I really am wasting my time on nonsense. Maybe I was wrong. The thought sank heavy into his head. And when he closed his eyes, the darkness before him swallowed the light of the vision, leaving behind only a deadly emptiness. Reflection questions for the reader. 1. Have you ever felt that daily routine or the pressure of others made you doubt your dreams or goals? 2. How did you cope with it? Chapter 8, The Car That Leads to Slavery. One day, returning from work and walking down the street, he fell into the snare of his own eyes. Before him, near a car showroom, stood a gleaming vehicle, black as night, with chrome rims sparkling in the sunlight. It towered proudly above the other cars, powerful and wild, like a beast ready to pounce. Denis froze, as if spellbound. Meanwhile, in the shadows, beyond human sight, the demons were weaving their dark web once again. His soul was slowly becoming prey to insatiable temptation. Voices of desire pierced his imagination. See yourself behind the wheel. Denis closed his eyes and let the picture flood his mind. The soft leather interior, a throne for a traveller. You're inside. The engine roars like a lion straining for freedom. The wheels slice through the asphalt, and you fly as though chasing your dream. A smile spread across his face. Before his inner vision appeared the scene, the wind roaring through the open window, the car obediently answering his every move. But then the intoxicating spirit of pride, sneaking quietly between his thoughts, added its venom. Now imagine yourself stepping out, friends staring wide-eyed, acquaintances whispering, "Now that's a man!" At last everyone respects you, everyone envies you, after all those years of humiliation. A wave of excitement surged in his chest. This is mine. I deserve this. The thought flashed. He saw approving glances from friends, heard imaginary nods of respect. Pride, like a warm cloak, wrapped around his heart. And the spirits of deception had managed to wrap this temptation in a dazzling package that lured him like a mirage in the desert. How much does it cost? Denis asked, thirsty with the lust of the eyes, as if after a long drought. The salesman smiled. With a loan, anything is possible. You understand, a car like this means comfort and status. The words were sticky like a sweet candy, and without much hesitation he signed the contract, an agreement with his own bondage. Years of debt in exchange for a moment of false glory. Yet already on the way home, the shine of the car dimmed, becoming just cold metal. Joy gave way to thoughts of monthly payments. They fell upon his shoulders like heavy stones, and the car no longer seemed so desirable. In the darkness, the demons chuckled. The car had ceased to be a beast. It had become a cage. Got him, they cried. His eyes will feast, but his debts will devour his peace. Work will steal his rest. He's shackled in chains. Let him pay for his pride. Denis had sunk into the web of his own illusions, where his eyes betrayed his soul, and desires turned into invisible chains. Returning home, he proudly jingled the keys of the new car, as though holding in his hand a magical key to paradise, where dreams come alive and become reality. But his wife did not turn her head. He did not see her tears, yet he felt their presence in his heart. Her eyes, once filled with hope, now gazed off somewhere into the distance, where their shared plans had faded. Her sorrowful look was the silent cry of her soul. She said nothing, but in that silence resounded everything. How many nights will you spend in this car while I wait? How many of our dreams have we traded for this shine? They once dreamed together, of journeys, of quiet evenings under the stars. Now all their conversations would circle around payment schedules and endless bills. Each installment drove another nail into the wall that separated them. The loan, like a predator, devoured their closeness. and the keys in his hand no longer seemed like a trophy, but a burden pulling him under. Reflection questions for the reader. 1. How do you distinguish a genuine need from a desire imposed by society or advertising? 2. Have you noticed how the chase for material things affects your relationships with loved ones? Chapter 29. The Cross at the Crossroads. A cold autumn evening embraced the city as Denis drove home from work in his brand new car. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar face, a brother from church, standing on the roadside on the opposite side of the street. Bent under the wind, he was holding heavy bags in his hands. His jacket was completely soaked, and his face looked pale and exhausted. Denis felt his flesh rise up in rebellion, like a whirlwind in his heart. Thoughts rushed through his mind, one after another. You're tired. He's going in the opposite direction. Gas is expensive now. This isn't your problem. Keep driving. Elena and the kids are already waiting. Step on the gas and pretend you didn't notice anyone. Denis tightened his grip on the steering wheel. His body begged for peace and comfort. A warm home, a hot dinner, rest after a long day. He could already picture himself driving past, the figure of his brother disappearing into the darkness. But deep in his heart, something stirred. Quiet, yet insistent. Denis, a familiar voice spoke in his thoughts. Stop. And in his memory, the words from the Gospel of Matthew lit up. Whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers of mine, you did for me. Denis slammed the brakes. The car screeched to a halt as if reluctantly obeying. But the dark voices did not give up. You already do enough. You serve in church. Isn't that sufficient? God doesn't expect heroism from you every single day. It's evening, a deserted road. It's dangerous. He's wet, with muddy shoes. He'll climb into your brand new car and ruin the seats. Do you really need that? His imagination painted unpleasant scenes. Spending an hour cleaning dirt off the upholstery, Elena meeting him at the door with a stern look. The children upset by his lateness. Fatigue and irritation pressed heavily on his chest. It felt as though he was gripping not a steering wheel, but a heavy cross. Taking a deep breath, he opened the car door. The icy air struck his face, and the rain stung his cheeks, as if reminding him of the cost of every good deed. Brother, what happened? He asked, trying to add warmth to his voice, though inside he was boiling with resentment. The bus didn't come. The man answered quietly. And I've got these bags. Home is far. I thought I was left alone, but God sent you, brother. Thank you. You're the answer to my prayer. His trembling cold hand touched Denis's as if seeking confirmation. Are you real? Denis nodded, hiding a heavy sigh. Get in, he said softly. The car drove off in the opposite direction from Denis's home. Outwardly, his face looked calm. He nodded, kept up the conversation, spoke warm words, as though he truly rejoiced in the chance to serve. But inside, a storm of discontent tore his soul apart. Behind the smile lurked bitter irritation. Why me? This isn't my area, not my route. Time is slipping away, and my family is waiting at home. Every kilometre felt like eternity. He didn't hear his brother's stories, only the sound of water dripping from the man's jacket onto the seat. In his imagination, Elena appeared, saying, You always put others above your family. You're such a kind man, the brother suddenly said sincerely as they pulled up to his house. Denis stretched a smile across his face, a mask of false kindness. The brother thanked him again, sincerely, with a smile so genuine it was visible even in the twilight. When Denis was left alone, emptiness filled him. How sinful I am, a hypocrite. Why do I act this way? Why can't I simply love? He stepped out under the rain-weeping sky and fell to his knees. Lord, he whispered, forgive my selfishness. Teach me to serve and love sincerely, as you do. Questions for the reader. 1. Have you ever faced a situation where an inner voice urged you to do a good deed, but your own desires or comfort resisted? How did you respond? 2. Have you ever felt emptiness after doing something good because your motives were not sincere? How can we learn to act with a pure heart? Chapter 30. The Pressure of the Flesh and the Voice of Grace. Denis sat on the old couch, as if trapped in a warm prison, feeling the soft blanket holding him back from something better. The day at work had once again drained the last drops of strength from him. His back ached, his eyes grew heavy with fatigue, and his only dream was to close his eyelids and sink into blessed silence. He settled in more comfortably when suddenly the peace was shattered by a sharp sound. A plate of hot soup crashed onto the floor. Sashko, his son, froze in place. The thick liquid slowly spread across the carpet, leaving greasy stains that seeped deep into the fabric. The boy stood with wide, frightened eyes, his small hands trembling. In Denis's chest, irritation flared. The dream of rest shattered into pieces. In his imagination, he already saw the scene. Rolled up sleeves, a bucket of dirty water, a brush in hand, and an hour of scrubbing instead of relaxing on the couch. His flesh cried out, "Why now, when I am already at the breaking point?" The enemies of his heart, lying in ambush, had chosen the most vulnerable moment to strike a treacherous blow. "This is our chance. He's ready. Feed him fury. Let him explode. Let him think only about the comfort that has been stolen from him." Denis sprang to his feet. His eyes burned with anger. He looked at Sashko, but he didn't see his son, only the spilled soup and the ruined carpet, symbols of a wasted evening. His voice thundered. "How many times have I told you to keep the plate away from the edge? Are you trying to provoke me on purpose?" Sashko flinched, muttered something, but his words drowned in his father's fury. Denis wasn't listening. His body demanded justice, screamed for the rest he had earned. In a burst of rage, he grabbed his son by the arm, gave him a sharp slap, and sent him to the corner. Sashko began to cry. His quiet sobs pierced the air, but Denis turned away, seizing a bucket and a brush. The water splashed, the bristles scraped against the carpet, while anger still boiled in his chest. The boy's eyes filled with tears. From the depths of the room came Elena's troubled voice. "Denis, what have you done?" He barked back. "The Bible says to discipline children with the rod so they will obey." The spirits of deception that had fed him thoughts clapped their hands with glee. "The boy deserved it. Give him more, otherwise he'll never learn," they hissed in mocking laughter. "The rod and the Bible, they are your weapons. Don't let them walk all over you." But suddenly another voice rose in Denis's heart, quiet and tender, yet firm like an anchor in a stormy sea. "Denis, stop. The rod is given for teaching, not for covering your selfishness. Look deeper. Your irritation wounds not only his body, but also his soul. Your strength is not in punishment, but in mercy that heals wounds. Remember how I forgave you when you fell." Denis froze, still clutching the switch. He looked at Sashko. The boy sobbed, pressing his hands to his eyes, his thin shoulders trembling with grief. At that moment, anger began to melt, giving way to shame. Now Denis no longer saw the spilled soup or the ruined carpet, but his son, small, frightened, needing not the rod but love. He realized he had struck not to teach, but to please his flesh, which craved peace and rest. The switch slipped from his hand and dropped softly to the floor like a discarded weapon. Denis sank to his knees before Sashko, embraced him, and whispered, "Forgive me, son. I was wrong." Later that night, Elena prayed, thinking Denis was already asleep. But he heard every word, quiet and sincere like the breath of her soul. "Lord, help my husband. I know he can be kinder, but he is worn out by life's storms and needs your mercy." Those simple words pierced his heart, melting it more deeply than any reproach ever could. Question for the reader. 1. Can physical punishment ever be justified if it is driven by exhaustion or anger, rather than love for the child? Chapter 31. A King Without a Crown. One evening, Elena asked Denis to help with the cleaning, but he lay sprawled on the couch, pinned down by exhaustion as if nailed to it. His body refused to rise, and sharply, as though cutting with a sword, he snapped, "Elena, listen to me. I'm the head of this house." "The Bible commands you to submit, not the other way around. This is women's work, not men's." His voice carried harshness wrapped in the shiny foil of fabricated righteousness. Elena pressed her lips together, her eyes flashing with hurt, but she silently walked into the kitchen. Denis's flesh savoured the intoxicating taste of triumph. Something swelled in his chest. He had won. His word was final, his authority unshakable. The demons chuckled. "Well done, Denis," one exclaimed. "Let her serve, because you're the head of the family." "The Bible is your shield and your sword," added another. "Your comfort matters more than her request. You're the king of your castle, and everyone must obey you. Her hands were made for labour, and yours for power." But amid this self-satisfaction, the voice of God rang out. "Denis, once again you twist my words," he said with authority, and each word pierced his heart like the sharp blade of truth. "I commanded you to love her as I love the church, not to rule over my daughter, but to sacrifice yourself for her. You are the head in order to serve, not to indulge your flesh." Denis clenched the remote in his hand, his eyes falling on the empty couch. Memories flooded over him like a tide. Elena had spent the entire day running after the children, cooking, washing, all without complaint. And what about him? He sat there, like a king on a throne of cushions, indifferent to her burden. Shame pricked his heart like a needle, awakening the conscience that had lain dormant within him. But the spirits of deception did not give up. "Don't listen. You're the master of the house. She must submit just as it is written." Yet God's voice spoke again, this time softer, yet deeper. "Denis, I am teaching you to become like me, just as I came not to be served, but to serve, and to give my life as a ransom for many." Denis sighed, rose from the couch, and walked into the kitchen. "Elena, let me help you," he said quietly. She turned. Her eyes, still wet from hidden tears, lit up like the sun breaking through the clouds, and the demons retreated, muttering in defeat. Meanwhile, Denis felt something new being born in his heart. Not authority, but love. Question for the reader. 1. How can you tell the difference between truly following God's commands and using them to justify your own selfishness? Actors from the church. In the church, where Denis found rest for his weary soul, there was a certain sister. Modest and kind, she was raising a little daughter, a girl whose eyes shone with transparent sincerity, like morning dew on petals. She seemed like an angel who had accidentally lingered on earth. One day, guests came to their home, a Christian family bringing with them the warmth of their hearts and the joy of brotherly fellowship. Before dinner, as the house filled with the fragrant aroma of food and a sense of coziness, one of the guests smiled gently and asked, "Who among us will pray?" His gaze softly fell upon the little daughter of that sister, like a sunbeam upon a spring shoot. The girl, her eyes wide with wonder, quietly asked, "And how should I pray?" "Just as your mother does." The guests encouraged her. The little one, recalling her mother's prayers, brightened with a smile. "Ah, I understand." And folding her tiny hands, she exclaimed loudly, "O Lord, where did these brothers and sisters fall on my head from?" In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. The mother, burning with shame, could barely catch her breath while the guests exchanged glances, trying to hide their smiles. Dinner passed with strained politeness. When the guests finally left, the mother's gentle mask slipped away. She clenched her jaw like an angry dog ready to bite. "How could you embarrass me like that? What will they think of me now?" Her voice was harsh, dripping with anger hidden behind a veil of pretended piety. Without choosing her words, she punished her daughter, not realizing that her heart trembled not before God, but before human judgment. But behind the curtains of that scene lay the truth. Before the guests, the believing woman played the role of a perfect hostess, her smile shining like a polished diamond. "Oh, my dear ones, how wonderful that you came. The Lord has blessed us with your presence. Come, sit. I've set the table for you. Enjoy." But behind the curtains, in the silence of the kitchen, where no one could hear, she muttered something entirely different. Why did they have to come to us of all people? Aren't there others in the church they could visit? Now I have to feed them. All the meat will go to them, and food is so expensive these days, and we already don't have enough. Yet the child's sincerity, like a mirror, reflected what the mother tried to hide behind her mask of smiles and prayers. For the Lord himself, whose light pierces the deepest darkness, sees the heart through every mask and decoration. Questions for the reader. 1. Have you ever felt the pressure to appear proper or pious in a certain environment? How did that affect your behavior or inner state? 2. Do you believe that the desire to appear proper can hinder genuine faith or closeness with others? How can one avoid this? Chapter 33. The Test at the Playground. Denis's sons, Ole and Sashko, 6 and 7 years old, were running around the playground. But for their father, this playground was not a place of joy. It was a battlefield, where every second could prove decisive. He sat on a bench, tense like a taut string, watching every movement with unblinking eyes. The carefree boys darted under the swings, clung to railings, and climbed the tallest slides. Yet in his imagination, every step turned into a tragedy. Denis sat as if on pins and needles. Each jump of his sons echoed in his chest with anxious pounding. His heart raced, his breath caught, for his trust in God was fragile, like thin ice on a lake. And when Ole, laughing, scrambled to the top of the wooden slide and Sashko followed, Denis suddenly saw it. A vivid, horrifying picture in his mind. His son slipping, a body falling. Impact. Blood from a broken head, eyes slowly closing, small hands trembling helplessly, as if saying farewell. This image pierced his heart like a deadly arrow. He could not breathe calmly, could not simply sit and look at his sons' happy faces. His eyes saw danger everywhere, in the wobbly, slippery steps, in the heights that lured the children. The father could not bear it. His harsh, sharp voice cut through the air like a whip. "Get down from there right now! I told you!" How many times do I have to repeat myself? I'll punish you this instant. And in his heart, like a foreign whisper, came the voice of fear, born of distrust in God. They don't listen to you. Discipline them harshly. Scare them so they'll obey. Otherwise, you'll have to face all these troubles alone. The boys froze like little birds under the shadow of a hawk. But Denis no longer saw their frightened eyes. He saw only his fears. His gaze was fixed on the inner screen, where a film of the worst endings played on repeat. He sinned in his reaction because he could not entrust his children into the hands of the one who hung the stars in the sky. For God, holding little ones from falling would be far easier than keeping the planets in their orbits. But at that moment, Denis did not believe it. Instead of gentleness and love, the fruit of the Spirit that should have flowed from a father's heart, irritation, harsh words, shouts, and threats burst out of him like lava from a volcano. Yet deep inside, Denis understood. His anger was not only because of the children's disobedience. Above all, it was because of fear, not for them, but for himself. In his mind flashed scenes of hospitals, bills for expensive medicines, endless visits to doctors. A sharp and unpleasant thought pierced him. If one of his sons got hurt, the burden would fall entirely on his shoulders. He knew, if a child broke his head, then his wife would break him afterward. In truth, he wasn't saving the child. He was saving his own flesh from extra strain, because it would mean working harder, longer. And if a fall left the child disabled, then what? The blame would rest on his conscience forever. In his imagination, he already heard his wife's voice, full of tears and reproach. "It's all your fault. You weren't watching." And those unsaid words thundered in his head, tearing his heart apart. Just a few dark images, and Denis forgot about his almighty God, worrying instead for his own skin and his wallet. But suddenly, in the whirlwind of fear, something unexpected happened. Ole slid down from the slide, ran up to his father and said, "Daddy, don't be afraid. God is holding us just like you hold our hands." Those words of childlike faith struck his heart like thunder. God spoke to Denis through the mouths of his children, teaching him to trust. The innocent phrase of his son became a key that opened the door to true faith. And as he looked at his children swinging on the swings, he suddenly saw himself. His soul also swayed, one moment toward trust in God, the next toward panicked control, as if he himself was swinging over an abyss. Below, the darkness of doubt; above, the light of God's care. Each push of fear pulled him down, while the quiet, almost imperceptible motion of faith lifted him upward. In the same way, Elena often reacted sinfully when the children got into dangerous situations, reaching for a knife or matches, climbing onto the balcony, or coming too close to an outlet. It frustrated her because she too struggled to stand on God's promises instead of worrying. Question for the reader. 1. What images guide my reactions? God's promises of protection or scenarios of catastrophe? Chapter 34. When comfort matters more than relationships. Winter bit at his cheeks with frost, and the cold wind pierced through Denis's jacket. He and his son were walking home from school. The father's body trembled, his teeth chattered, and he dreamed only of one thing: to get warm. The demon waiting to strike sank its claws into his thoughts again. "You're cold," it whispered slyly. "Your bones creak, your toes are going numb. Hurry, poor man, to the warmth of home, to hot tea, to a blanket that will embrace you like a lover. And this little one, why is he dragging his feet like a snail? He's stealing your comfort." His son, a small boy wrapped in an oversized scarf, lagged behind, enchanted by the snowflake patterns on his mittens. For him, the world was slow and wondrous, like a fairy tale. But for Denis, this unhurried pace cut like a knife. Each moment in the icy wind felt like torture. The demon's voice slithered through his mind once more. "He's doing it on purpose. He doesn't care. He plays while your body cries out for rescue." And the father erupted, "Why are you crawling like a turtle?" Denis yanked his son's hand and shouted, "Don't you understand? Hurry up, or you'll get it from me." The boy flinched, his eyes wide with fear and confusion. But anger, fueled by the body's discontent, had blinded Denis. Only at home, when warmth gradually melted the cold in his body, did the anger begin to thaw as well. Yet in his heart the frost still lingered. Denis sat in his chair, watching his son quietly playing in the corner. The boy avoided his gaze, and that hurt deeper than any frost. What was that, he wondered, as his conscience stirred from deep sleep? Why had a simple desire of the flesh to get warm turned into a storm that wounded the one most precious to him? Denis rose, walked over to his son, embraced him, and whispered again and again, "Forgive me, please." The next day, as Denis was walking home with his older son, the boy playfully threw a snowball at his father. It struck Denis directly in the face, and the icy cold stung his skin sharply. That touch of cold provoked his flesh, and Denis almost scolded his son. But he remembered yesterday's outburst, and in that moment he chose differently. He laughed and joined the game. And the unpleasant chill melted into the warmth of their shared joy, a joy that bound father and son more strongly than any words could. And then, little by little, Denis began to understand how to conquer the flesh. These were the first, still uncertain, steps on the path to victory over himself. Questions for the reader. 1. How often do you notice that your physical needs, like the desire for comfort or rest, outweigh your patience and love for others? What helps you find balance? 2. Has there been a moment in your life when, like Denis, you realized your reaction had hurt someone close to you? How did you act to make things right? 3. Can patience be cultivated to the point where relationships with loved ones matter more than personal comfort or temporary desires? Chapter 35. White Walls and Darkness of the Soul. Denis stood in the middle of his newly renovated apartment, breathing in the fresh scent of paint and admiring the white walls that gleamed like snow beneath the winter sun. The European-style renovation was his pride, the fruit of months of hard labor, when sweat blurred his vision and his hands trembled with exhaustion. He had invited a Christian family to visit. This will be a perfect evening, he thought, smiling to himself. The day came. A brother in Christ arrived with his wife and their 3 boys, around 10 and 12 years old. The table was laden with food: golden borscht, fried potatoes with cutlets, a salad with crisp cucumbers. Denis sat contentedly watching his guests, but his gaze kept drifting toward the children's greasy hands from the cutlets. Sticky with sauce, their palms seemed like ticking time bombs. If only they would go wash their hands, he thought. If only they wouldn't touch my walls. But before he could finish the thought, the youngest boy, laughing, ran his dirty hand across the wall. 5 dark grey streaks, like scars, stretched across the snow-white surface. Denis nearly fainted. Something inside his head snapped. Suppressing a cry, he felt his heart skip a beat, while his temples throbbed as though someone had struck a bell. His eyes almost bulged from their sockets. Forcing himself to smile, he produced something closer to a grimace. "It's nothing serious," he muttered through clenched teeth. "I'll just paint over it later." Sweat broke out on his forehead, though inside everything was screaming. "Nothing serious. If Elena sees this, she'll kill me. Not now, of course, but once the guests leave, she'll definitely kill me." His imagination already painted the scene. His furious wife, hands on her hips, eyes blazing, her voice cutting like a saw. "Where were you looking? This is our money, our hard work." At the thought, his palms grew sweaty too. Meanwhile, the older boy left another greasy signature, smeared just above the baseboard. Denis forced another smile, but this time his eyes flashed not with joy, but with the fire of barely restrained rage. "What have I done letting them in? They're like gypsies." He felt his pride in the renovation crack, like ice underfoot. But when the children, like whirlwinds, dashed into another room, he sighed with relief. Out of sight, out of mind. The peace didn't last long. From the children's room came a loud boom. Something heavy had slammed against the floor. Denis jumped as if struck by lightning. "My new parquet floor," his heart cried. He imagined his polished oak flooring, gleaming like glass, now with a deep scratch, or worse, a crack. It felt like the final stab to his heart. His flesh revolted. Those walls, that floor, they were his sweat, his sleepless nights, his dream. And now it was all being ruined by someone else's carelessness. Denis felt a hot wave of anger rising from his stomach to his throat. His hands trembled. Words swirled in his mind. "Get out of my house, you little devils. You're not guests. You're punishment from heaven for my pride." In his imagination, he already saw himself throwing the children out into the street, his voice thundering, while the brother and his wife stared at him in shock. "Yes, drive them out, to the playground," urged a voice in his head. "Let them learn your renovation is no joke." Denis, wearing the mask of a saint, clenched his teeth and said, "We'd better go to the playground right away before it gets dark so the kids can have some fun." But inside he thought, "Because if they stay here one more minute, they'll destroy everything. And the playground isn't mine, so who cares?" The guests left, leaving behind a heavy, storm-like silence. Quiet settled like dust after a tempest. Denis stood before the wall, staring at the stains as though into a mirror of his own heart, a heart marked by its own blemishes. The greasy streaks looked like shadows of his own sins. They screamed of lost battles for perfection, and the pain in his chest was no longer for the wall but for something far more important. He remembered how many times God, like a gentle painter with a brush, had covered over the dirt of his own sins, his anger, pride, evil thoughts, and harsh words. How many times he had painted over them with fresh layers of mercy. Those walls, which he guarded like a sacred relic, were nothing but a fragile reflection of what he had failed to guard, the purity of his own soul. A quiet reproach of conscience revealed mistakes too shameful even to recall. Questions for the reader. 1. How would you have acted in Denis's place in this situation? 2. And how would Jesus have responded to this temptation? Chapter 36. The Sloth of the Flesh and the Cry of Love. After work, Denis sat on a bench in the courtyard, reading the Bible softly, almost in a whisper, as if he were speaking with it. At that moment his son ran up, holding a colourful butterfly in his small, tender hands. "Daddy, look!" the boy exclaimed with childlike joy. "Don't bother me, I'm busy," the father cut him off without lifting his eyes from the pages. "Daddy, please!" The boy's voice still pleaded. "I'm preparing a sermon. Don't distract me," Denis replied coldly, still not looking up. Elena spoke bitterly. "Denis, just look at him. He is reaching out to you with all his heart, like a flower to the sun. Can't you see how his soul longs for your attention? Your indifference wounds him more deeply than any words. Has your religiosity blinded you so much that you notice no one anymore? Not even the most important one?" That moment slipped away, along with the chance to touch his child's soul. Denis did not realize the treasure his son held in his hands, not only the butterfly, but also his open heart. Yet he remained blind. He did not understand that the true sermon for his heart was already there, within the joy of his child, in the simple and sincere attention of his son. That evening Denis lay on the couch as if roots had grown into him. Outside, the insistent spring rain drummed against the windows, as though heaven itself stubbornly called him out to meet love. Inside, his son's cheerful voices rang out. Their eyes shone so brightly it seemed they could light a fireplace. Once again they ran up to their father. "Daddy, play hide and seek with us," they shouted, jumping around him like little crickets. Their eyes sparkled with joy, but Denis only sighed. His flesh whispered gently, "Lie down. You need to rest," wrapping him in the wine of indifference. "Boys, go do your homework instead." The children fell silent, their faces dimmed as though someone had blown out their light. But Denis did not notice. Once again his body had won. Inside, something pierced him painfully. "But I'm their dad," he thought. Yet laziness quickly smothered that voice. "Later. You'll have time to be a good father." The next day, Elena, his wife, entered the room holding a bag. Not just a bag, but an entire world of responsibilities she carried to him. Her gaze made him want to sink even deeper into the couch. "Denis, let's go to my parents' village," she said with a smile. "And what would we do there?" he asked suspiciously, hoping to hear something about barbecue or relaxation. "They need firewood delivered and some help with the field," she replied. He frowned at her. His day off, the only day he loved when he could relax. And now, firewood, saws, fields. His flesh groaned like a chained dog being dragged where it did not want to go. He felt like a convicted man awaiting execution. "I'm not going," he said flatly. "I want to rest." 2 words. 2 blylants. Then, an explosion. Elena pursed her lips, her eyes flashing with anger. "So you'll rest and I'll do everything instead of you? Me, the children, the housework, and you'll just lie there?" She threw back sharply and stormed out, slamming the door. The echo of the quarrel spread through the room. Denis felt his conscience quietly knocking again, but the sloth of his flesh began to lull it. "You're tired, and she's stressing you out as always. She doesn't understand your exhaustion. She exaggerates." The demons hiding behind those thoughts picked up the tune. The children can do homework. Your wife can handle the village. You lie on the couch like a king. You've worked all week. These thoughts, like actors changing masks before the mirror of conscience, kept playing their parts. Selfishness disguised as justice, indifference as fatigue, greed as thrift, lies as defense of truth, cowardice as strategic retreat, fear as caution, and betrayal cloaked itself as necessity. And Denis, like a fish blinded by the glitter of bait, bit at every hook. The flesh still ruled over him like a king, while love for his family perished under its weight. That night the rain beat against the window, unyielding like love itself, trying to knock at his heart. But he got up and closed the window so he would not hear it. Denis fell asleep, and he dreamed. He was sitting in a dark, empty house. Outside, the rain running down the glass turned into the transparent tears of his children. Deep within, their voices echoed. "Daddy, where are you?" they called, but the sounds were muffled, as if through walls. Denis wanted to go to them, but suddenly he felt his hands and feet bound by thick ropes. He sat in an old armchair, and above him loomed the shadow of his flesh, cold as ice. It was his prison, whispering, "Sit still, you're tired." Outside, his wife and children wept. The doors rattled from their tiny fists, but he could not even rise. The ropes cut into his skin, each knot pulsing with a sticky voice. Later, tomorrow, another time. He woke with a start, his heart pounding as though after a run. But his body slyly sang a new lullaby. Relax, it was just a dream. The next evening, Denis came home and quietly approached the children's room. Through the slightly open door, he accidentally overheard their prayers. He saw his children kneeling, their voices tender and sincere, rising to heaven like the chirping of little birds. "Lord, make our daddy kind and strong so he can play with us more." Their simple words, full of childlike faith, touched his heart. The tears he had held back for so long silently rolled down his cheeks, and within his soul a ray of light broke through the dark clouds. Questions for the reader. 1. Who rules me today, love or sloth? Do you see your own parallels with Denis's story in real life? Chapter 37. The Price of Comfort. Denis sat in silence, lost in thought, as a distant scene returned to him again and again, offering no peace. Why did Pilate condemn Jesus Christ to the cross? Because it was foreordained by God's plan that our sins might be forgiven and our souls saved. But there was also something deeper, something human, a mystery hidden within each of us. He imagined Pilate, the Roman governor, a man with cold eyes and the heavy burden of power on his shoulders. He could have changed destiny, but he broke beneath the weight of his own fear. Denis felt it. Pilate did not want to shed the blood of Jesus, who stood before him calm, like a rock against which waves crash and break. In that silence was strength, and it was terrifying. Pilate sought a way out, pacing like a beast in a cage, trying to find some loophole that would allow him to release Jesus. He asked questions, cast anxious glances at the crowd, hoping for a miracle that would lift the burden from him. But everything changed in a single moment. A cry from the crowd, "If you let him go, you are no friend of Caesar." Those words struck Pilate like lightning hitting a dry tree, splitting his soul in two. Denis imagined the governor's eyes narrowing, his heart pounding with fear. "You are no friend of Caesar." The phrase was not merely a threat, it was a sentence. Pilate stood at a crossroads, his soul torn apart. He saw how everything he had built over the years, power, respect, wealth, crumbled like sand slipping through his fingers. His hands trembled as he dipped them into water to wash. But could he truly wash away his guilt? The water ran between his fingers while a storm of thoughts roared in his mind. His flesh, that cunning, greedy nature hiding beneath the governor's robe, awoke instantly. It whispered, tempted, painted pictures of humiliation and poverty. If you lose Caesar's favor, you lose everything. Your splendid houses, your authority that forces men to bow before you, your pride, your armor that sets you above the rest. A blow to his pride? No, that he could not endure. He saw himself despised, ragged, mocked by those who yesterday bowed to him. The thought was unbearable, sharp as a knife in his chest. And then, the lure of money. Money promised pleasure and comfort. Without it, there would be no silken fabrics to caress the skin, no exquisite dishes to delight the tongue, no beautiful women dancing to the sound of harps. Pilate's flesh knew this too well. More money meant more power over his desires, more ways to gratify eyes greedy for beauty, and a body that longed for satisfaction and indulgence. The loss of wealth would strike at the very core of his being, and so his sinful nature screamed, "Do not let this happen. Hand Jesus over to be crucified. Otherwise you yourself will be handed over to suffering. Then you will have to labor for bread, fighting for survival day by day." Denis understood. As long as no one touched Pilate's comforts, he could act justly. But the moment his comfort was threatened, the flesh prevailed. It gave the order, and Pilate obeyed. The hands that washed in water remained stained. But aren't we the same? Denis thought, the realization striking him like a cold wind across his face. As long as no one touches our treasures, our small joys, our dreams that warm the soul, our values that keep us afloat, we can be kind, smiling, even righteous. But when someone reaches for what we love, our flesh awakens. It growls like a beast guarding its prey. It whispers, "Fight, shout, defend," and we obey. We become slaves to our own desires, just as Pilate became a slave to his pride and greed. Denis closed his eyes and wondered, would he ever be able to conquer this carnal nature within himself? His thoughts dragged him deeper, like water pulling into a whirlpool. A single question weighed heavier and heavier on his chest. What would I do? What if danger threatened his career, his family, everything he loved? In his imagination, a scene appeared. Before him stood a stern boss with a gaze that chilled the blood. Deny the truth, or lose your job, and with it, your money and your family's well-being. Would I stand firm? Or would I wash my hands like Pilate, delivering the truth to crucifixion? We do the same whenever truth becomes uncomfortable, like the crowd shouting, "Give us Barabbas." We also choose not life, but death. We choose compromise, the convenient path that step by step destroys us from within. Questions for the reader. 1. Could you remain faithful to God if it cost you everything? 2. What would you choose in Pilate's place if faced with a choice between your own comfort and justice? Chapter 38. Treasures of Earth and Treasures of Heaven. Denis sat in his boss's office when the man wearing a sly smile suggested, "Come to work on your day off. I'll give you 3,000 hryvnias." His voice sounded like sweet temptation. 3,000? On weekdays, Denis earned a meager 1,000, barely enough to keep his family afloat. But here, 3 times more. His body, weary from a week of labor, groaned, yet greed flared in his chest like a flame devouring dry leaves. Fatigue retreated before the lure. But just before agreeing, Denis remembered his promise to Elena and the children, to spend the weekend together. The night before, little Sasha, eyes glowing with anticipation, had exclaimed, "Dad, shall we go to the park tonight? With ice cream?" And Olezhek, leaning against his father's shoulder, added, "And with a ball, Dad, please." Denis had smiled, warmth filling his chest. "Of course, boys. I promise. Tonight, the park, ice cream, everything you want, and Mom will be with us too," he had said, glancing at Elena, who answered with a tender smile. His words had flowed easily, like a chain linking their hearts. Promise, trust, love. In that moment, he had truly believed the day would be perfect, a day for family. But the temptation of money slyly enchanted him. "All right, I'll come in," he nodded without hesitation. On his day off, he went to work as though heading to a feast, though his legs ached and his back bent under pain like a branch in the wind. Money pushed him forward like a storm wind driving a ship into open sea, promising treasures on the horizon. But in the evening, returning home, he collapsed onto the couch, drained of strength. Olena looked at him. "The weather is beautiful," she said gently. "Let's go to the park with the children as we agreed." "I'm too tired," he muttered, closing his eyes as if hiding from her gaze. Half an hour later the phone rang. His friend Ihor shouted cheerfully, like a bell announcing a festival. "Denis, the match is today. Our team's nothing without you. Will you play?" His body, which had been groaning a moment ago, suddenly revived as though infused with an elixir of youth. His heart raced, adrenaline surged. He jumped up, threw on his sneakers and ran to the field. For 2 hours he chased the ball, and the time flew by like a moment. He laughed, scored goals, and the thrill and praise of his friends warmed his soul like spring sunshine. But at home, Olena was waiting. Her face was darker than night, her eyes flashing with lightning. "You had no strength to walk with me, with the children, who kept asking all day, 'Where's Dad? When will he come home?' But you run to football as if risen from the dead," she cried. "So this is what we are to you, an unwanted burden. Are your friends and that ball worth more than us?" Tears shone in her eyes and the children's, reflecting their disappointment. "You promised us." At that moment, Denis realized his promises, once strong like a chain that bound their family, had lost their weight. Each broken word, each choice for selfish desires, was destroying the trust he had once built. Her words pierced him like rose thorns, beautiful yet painfully sharp. He sat on the edge of the bed, head bowed, shoulders hunched under the weight of guilt. And there, in the shadow of the room, as though behind a curtain, the spirits of greed and pride, hidden within his fleshly desires, were rejoicing. "We worked well today," one hissed. "He chased money and glory, not love. Well done." "Yes, let them quarrel," another rasped with laughter. "His flesh is stronger than their tears, stronger than those fleeting moments of warmth." But amid their noise, God's voice sounded in his soul, gentle, yet commanding. "Denis, look at yourself," he whispered. "For perishable treasures you give your strength, your time, your heart, but for eternal treasures you won't even lift a finger." Denis began to wonder. Why did money and praise ignite him, while the spiritual gave not even a spark? Shame burned him like fire. The demons hissed, sensing danger. "Don't listen to him," they screamed. "Who has ever seen heavenly treasures? They're a mirage, an illusion. Take what you can, here and now. Football and money, that's your true joy. Don't sacrifice them for phantoms." But God's voice cut through their whispers. "Denis, I will give you the strength and inspiration you seek in vanity. Seek my kingdom above all else, and everything else will be added to you." Looking at Olena, he suddenly realized he was repeating the same mistake that had already scarred his family. He began to see. Step by step, he was walking the path his father once walked. He saw again his father's weary figure, shoulders hunched, hands always busy with work or with a bottle among friends, his eyes lighting up only on payday. His mother quietly wiped her tears and whispered, "Why are we always last for you?" Back then the family fell apart like a house of cards, leaving in Denis's heart an emptiness that ached for years. Could it be that he had become the same, blind to true treasures, repeating the sins of the past? It felt as if a shadow controlled him, forcing him to stumble on the same stones, a curse passing from generation to generation. Denis stood, head lowered, his chest storming with guilt. "How could I stumble so badly?" he thought. "How could I let myself fall into this trap?" His heart clenched as he realized he had once again yielded to temptation, choosing his own desires over his promise to his family. In the darkness, unseen by human eyes, the demons whispered, "We always watch you," they muttered to each other. "Every step we shape, so you'll fall into our net." But Denis rose, his gaze no longer weary, his eyes shining with determination like stars in the night sky. He went to Olena and the children, embraced them, held them close. Forgive me, please. Tomorrow we'll go out together, all of us." The demons retreated, and in his heart a spark ignited, not from glory or money, but from the pursuit of the heavenly promise of eternity. Questions for the reader. Which earthly treasures, money, praise, comfort, most often distract you from spiritual values? V. How can you change your priorities? Chapter 39. The Voice in the Silence. The house was filled with silence, but it was not a peaceful silence. It was tense, like a string stretched to the breaking point, waiting for a touch to snap into a chord of pain or grace. A candle on the table flickered, scattering golden sparks on the walls where shadows of their unforgiven faults had settled. Elena sat by the window, staring at the empty yard. She held the Bible in her hands, but she wasn't reading it. The pages rustled only as she turned them absent-mindedly. Her chest echoed with the remnants of yesterday's quarrels, the sound of children's crying, and her own exhaustion that choked her like a rope. Every memory of his indifference was like a drop of acid, corroding the fabric of their love and leaving holes through which the cold seeped in. The demons whispered, "Let her keep chewing that bitterness like stale gum. Remind her again how he was silent when she cried, how he turned away when she longed for warmth. Let her replay those memories over and over. Let each recollection of his coldness gnaw at her heart like a worm eats through an apple. Let every sharp word come alive with fresh strength, carving new scars on her heart. Each memory will be a sharp knife cutting into the unhealed wound of her soul, making it bleed again. And then, at the first opportunity, she won't be able to hold back bitter words, and the quarrel will flare up once more." They knew, if Elena kept replaying her grievances, her heart would sink deeper into pain. Every thought of offense became a habit that widened the wound, while the negativity grew like a snowball, threatening to bury everything that made her heart human. Her prayers had long since become fragile, like autumn leaves, words without fire, confessions without hope. But that night, something inside her cracked, and from that fracture escaped a whisper, "God, I am blind. Open my eyes to see not his sins, but your love." In the other room, Denis lay stretched out on the bed, crucified by his own thoughts. The ceiling above was like a silent sky, but in his heart a storm raged. Again I lost control. Again I wounded her. Again I failed in this war with myself. His soul was torn by the cry of conscience. His heart, shredded by pride, begged not for comfort, but for truth. The apologies he had offered before had been more an attempt to avoid discomfort than a real desire to change. And in that moment, when the darkness gripped him most tightly, he closed his eyes and exhaled. Empty words of apology are lies. I don't want superficial peace. I want a changed heart. It was then, when they both sat in different rooms but in the same darkness, that something shifted in the spiritual realm. Elena lifted her eyes to heaven and whispered, "God, I can't live in this prison of pain and resentment anymore." At that same moment, Denis closed his eyes and said, "If I simply ask for forgiveness again, nothing will change. I must change, not cover the wound with flattering words and sweet promises." He rose, stepped into the hallway, and saw Elena already standing there as though drawn by an invisible force. They met each other's gaze in silence. In the spiritual realm, the demon of pride, who for years had fed on their quarrels, shuddered. His claws, which had held their hearts, began to tremble. "Something's wrong," he muttered. "He isn't seeking advantage, and she no longer wants to win the fight. They're no longer playing the game of war. They are surrendering. They are yielding." The other demons fell silent, paralyzed. For at that moment, peace descended from heaven like a beam of light. Not an emotional peace, but a deep one, the voice of truth itself. Denis spoke. "I often made peace because the flesh wanted comfort." His voice trembled with sincerity. "But this time I want to be the one who loves, the one who lives not for himself." Olena answered, "And I wasn't praying for your change," she whispered, "but for mine. To see you through God's eyes, not my own." In that instant, she remembered their first days, when they were young and exchanged glances unscarred by grievances. Then came the wedding day, she in a white dress swaying in the wind, Denis holding her hands and whispering a vow. "I promise you the sky, Olena, to love you even in the storm." Back then she believed their love was like two trees with roots intertwined, unbreakable by any hurricane. But now, standing in the hallway, the memory hurt, cutting like shards of a broken mirror. The storms had indeed come. They had built walls of words sharp as stones. Yet somewhere deep within, beneath the ashes of pain and resentment, a spark still smouldered, the tender flame that had been kindled many years ago. Olena sighed and almost unconsciously reached out toward him, yearning for the warmth they had lost. She stepped closer. Her eyes shone with tears, but these were tears of cleansing. They stood side by side, separated only by breath, yet united by something greater. Olena took the final step toward him. Their hands met. Their embrace was not mere reconciliation, it was rebirth. They clung to one another as though their souls longed to merge into one heartbeat. The silence around them no longer hummed, it sang. Outside, rain began to fall. At first, single drops, hesitant steps, then a steady, gentle whisper of water washing the earth. Each drop fell like a tear from heaven, washing away the bitterness from the depths of their hearts. Somewhere in the darkness, those who had fed on their division retreated, and in their souls, like after a long winter, there spread the fragrance of freshness, the sign that spring had come. It was the voice of the Spirit, flowing from heaven like a stream, washing away the ashes of their defeats. In that silence they made a promise, not to each other, but to the one who held their hearts. Questions for the reader. 1. Are you able to let go of the grudges that corrode your heart and allow God's love to heal your wounds, as Olena and Denis did? 2. What keeps you imprisoned in pain, pride, fear, or the memories you keep replaying over and over again? Chapter 40, The Flame of Victory. Denis knelt in the half-dark bedroom. An open Bible lay on the floor, its pages trembling in a faint draught as though they too were praying with him. 17 years of faith, prayers, sermons, promises, yet once again his soul felt empty. Laziness had entangled him like rusty chains, and his love for his family was fading, like a candle weakened by dripping water. Why can't I live by the Spirit? He gripped the book, as if trying to draw its strength into himself. His soul screamed with shame and helplessness. Then, piercing the whisper of the darkness, voices broke in. "Denis, give it up. You're weak, and even God cannot change you." All these years of being a believer, and what has it come to? But instead of surrendering, Denis resolved to fast, not once, but regularly, until God changed him. At that moment, the demons launched their attack. Their thoughts flew like arrows. Your stomach is weak. Your head will ache. You won't last. A full refrigerator appeared in his mind. Sausage, cheese, fresh rolls. His flesh groaned. Such a pity to waste it. "Don't fast," hissed one demon with a deceptively gentle tone, like a mother soothing her child. "Life is already hard. Your work exhausts you. You lose sleep at night. Why add more suffering? That isn't love for God. It's self-torture. You're not Jesus to fast like him. Your children will bother you, and your wife will shower you with reproaches. You'll break down before you even begin," others jeered. But Denis remembered how Satan had tempted Christ in the wilderness, and he understood. These thoughts were fiery darts of the evil one, meant to knock him off course. He rejected the reasoning of the flesh and firmly resolved, "I will keep knocking until you open." Every hour the alarm reminded him to pray. He pleaded with God for inspiration and strength. That same day, Denis heard 2 stories that stirred his heart to determination. The first was about Thomas Edison. Thousands of times he failed, yet he did not stop until the light bulb burned. Many people can be broken by just one defeat. Failure cuts so deeply that they lose faith and never move on to victory. That happens when we focus on failure instead of the goal. For where our attention is fixed, there our energy flows. We must change the focus of our thoughts, not on doubts, but on achievement. Edison understood this. He pursued his goals step by step, day by day, year by year. And in the end, the bulb lit up, changing the world forever. Now its light shines in homes, on streets, and in the hearts of dreamers. His belief in the possible and his certainty of the goal gave him the strength to persevere. For us, the impossible is only what we believe to be impossible, Denis thought, and every obstacle in our path is one we create in our imagination. The second story was even sharper. An army landed on an island. Then their commander gave the order to burn all the ships. Flames soared into the sky, and the soldiers realized there was no way back. "We have only one path," he declared, "victory." And Denis felt this was the real key. Victory is born where all bridges have been burned. When a person has nowhere to retreat, they give themselves to the battle completely. Whoever changes his mindset will change his life. The thought flashed through his mind, but he knew the temptation of the easier path always lurks nearby. Doubts, like thieves, steal strength, shake us, weaken our grip. They must be uprooted, or else they will grow into escape. True strength for action comes when there is no way back. In Denis's heart, the brake pedal was broken. Nothing else mattered anymore except what he had been begging God for. "Lord, break my old nature. Create in me a heart like your Son's, that I may overcome this world as Jesus did, to conquer my flesh and the devil." And after about half a year of prayer and fasting, a bright light bulb lit up in Denis's heart. It was the flame of victory, at first small and fragile, then bursting into a true fire. His spirit rose above fatigue, above doubts and fears. He felt the chains fall away. He was no longer a victim, but a soldier of Christ. No longer a slave to his flesh, but a victor in the spiritual battle. Denis knew, from now on, his path would not lead downward, but upward. No demon, no obstacle could extinguish this fire, because it had been ignited by God himself. This fire was like a spark that sets whole forests ablaze, and in that moment when it shone brightly, the breakthrough came, as if the mountains split apart, opening the path to eternal freedom. Questions for the reader. 1. What does it mean for you to burn the ships, as the commander did, in your struggle with weaknesses or in pursuing spiritual goals? 2. What steps are you willing to take to leave yourself no way back? Chapter 41. Fiery Arrows of Doubt. Denis sat on the edge of an old sofa, holding a cup of tea in his hands. His stomach burned, not from the drink, but from the invisible enemy that had been gnawing at him for years. For 10 years, gastritis and ulcers had come and gone, like uninvited guests, leaving behind pain and exhaustion. He had treated them with pills, feeding the monster with patience and hope that it will soon pass. But one morning at work, the spasms twisted him so violently that he bent over in half, and the world before his eyes went dark. No more enduring this, Denis decided. Taking sick leave, he went to swallow the tube. The doctor, his brow furrowed, spoke quietly, "Tumor." Further tests confirmed the worst, malignant. Stomach cancer, stage 4. At the age of 33, Denis heard his sentence, several months at best, a few weeks at worst. At first, his soul fell as if into a black abyss. He sat in the hospital ward, staring at the cracks on the ceiling, thinking, is this it? My finish? His chest felt crushed, as if a heavy stone had been placed upon it. Yet suddenly, like a ray breaking through clouds, came a thought. If this is God's will, I will go home to heaven, where through the sacrifice of Jesus I will find eternal peace. But that quiet surrender shattered against the tears of his wife, Olena. Her eyes, red from weeping, pleaded, "Don't go. Don't leave us. How will we live without you?" She gripped his hand as if trying to hold life itself with the strength of love. Little Sashko and Olezik clung to his neck like anchors in a storm. "Daddy, don't die!" Denis's heart ignited with a love that does not fade in the storm of trials, but shines like a beacon in the night sea. It warmed him deeply, melting the hardness within. A great desire arose in him, to live and to fight until his last breath. He knew faith was not just words from a sermon. Faith was what you cling to when you are falling. Faith was the shield that can repel the fiercest blows. Denis took out a notebook and began writing down promises from the Bible, as if he were drawing a treasure map. "Ask, and it will be given to you." Matthew 7:7. "How much more will your Father in heaven give good things to those who ask him?" Matthew 7:11. "Believe that you have received it, and it will be yours." Mark 11:24. "According to your faith let it be done to you." Matthew 9:29. "By his wounds I have been healed." 1 Peter 2:24. Each word engraved itself in his mind like a nail driven into wood. He repeated them, closing his eyes and picturing himself healthy, running with his sons in the park, laughing with Olena over dinner, breathing freely without pain. But the cancer did not retreat. 2 weeks later, Denis began vomiting blood, red, hot, sticky, like a curse. Then they came, the enemy forces lurking in the dark corners of his mind. Their voices seeped into his thoughts. "Denis, why deceive yourself? God doesn't hear you. Do you think he will heal a sinner like you? Look at yourself, vomiting blood, weak, pitiful. This is not a test, it's divine punishment. You're wasting your time with these prayers. Where is your healing? God has abandoned you. Surrender, lie in the grave, that's where peace is. Your faith is a child's toy against grown-up temptations." As the sinister voices sowed fear, the air grew heavy, as though an invisible hand gripped his chest. Horrid images filled his mind, a coffin, his wife's sobs, the orphaned faces of his sons. Denis felt his legs turn to cotton, and his heart sink into doubt. Maybe these thoughts are right, maybe I am deceiving myself. But amid the chaos, another voice broke through, pure and strong. "Denis, I am with you. My wounds are your healing. Do not listen to the lies that spread fear. Your faith is the key to my promises. Rise and hold to my word." Denis's spirit blazed with fire at those words. He remembered, faith comes by hearing, Romans 10:17. Grabbing his phone, he recorded, "By the wounds of Jesus I am healed, by the wounds of Jesus I am healed," and played it back in his headphones. Every morning and evening he listened to those words, falling asleep and waking with them. "What you sow, you will reap. I sow faith, I will reap healing," he told himself. But the demons did not give up. Their voices grew thinner, more cunning. Self-suggestion, they hissed. Even the cancer laughs at your prayers. Your faith is a fairy tale for children. If God is with you, why are you still vomiting blood? Look at yourself, weak, sick. Where is your God? You are unworthy of his healing. The pain intensified. His stomach throbbed as if pierced by a stake. His faith wavered like a ship in a storm. Maybe it's better to give up. I'll go to God, and it will all be over. But again, he saw Olena's tears and his son's frightened faces in his mind. Denis cried out, "Get away from me, Satan. I will not listen to your lies. By the wounds of Jesus I am healed. So that the promise comes by faith, so that it may be by grace." Romans 4:16. That cry tore through the veil. He realized these were not his thoughts, but fiery arrows of the devil seeking to extinguish his faith. Denis began to preach to himself, "God has spoken and I believe. I call things that are not as though they are, just as Abraham, the father of faith, did." Romans 4:17. He thanked God for healing he had not yet seen, imagining the cancer melting and strength returning to his body. The voices of the demons grew weaker. He does not give up. His faith is burning. And they vanished like smoke in the wind. Peace filled Denis's heart, deep and unshakable. "I have overcome," he said to himself, and though the illness still clung to him, he knew healing would come. Day by day he grew stronger. He kept repeating words of faith that drove away the darkness, and within just 2 weeks the tests revealed a miracle. The cancer was gone. The doctors threw up their hands in disbelief. Olena, her eyes shining through tears, embraced the children, whose joyful shouts rose to heaven like praise to the Creator. Faith works, Denis thought, remembering his battle. Question for the reader. One, what gave Denis more strength, the biblical promises, or the love of his family that would not let him give up? Chapter 42. Anxiety of the Heart. After several months of silence, the piercing wail of a siren shattered the air, and fighter jets shot into the sky. An air raid alert. Its howl cut into the soul like an icy wind. War was breathing into their faces once again. Denis's heart pounded, trying to keep pace with the frantic, unpredictable, deadly rhythm of the world. He stood in the workshop amid the roar of machines and felt the approach of inevitable danger. In his hand he gripped his phone, which stubbornly remained silent, mocking his despair. Olena was not answering. His little treasures, Sashko and Olezik, were there, at home with her, and he, miles away, helpless, like a bird with broken wings. "Why are you silent, Olena?" whispered a voice in his head, anxious like thunder before a storm. "Please answer me. Tell me you're safe." He dialed the number again and again, but only heard the cold reply, "The subscriber is out of reach." Maybe she just can't hear it. Maybe the phone is on silent, he tried to reassure himself. But the cold, cruel thought gnawed at his mind. Or maybe she can't answer anymore, because something has already happened. His imagination, like a ruthless director, played the worst scenes in his head. A rocket slicing the sky and striking their home, where Olena and the children were. The walls of their apartment, where Sashko had laughed and Olezik had built towers of blocks, collapsing into rubble, their bodies lying beneath the ruins. The unknown is the most terrifying because it holds no certainty. "No, that can't be," he cried in his thoughts, biting his lips. "They're alive. They must be alive. Lord, protect them." But fear had already lodged in his heart. What if I don't make it in time? What if I lose them forever? How will I live without them? Denis dropped his tools without a word to the foreman and ran to his car. The engine roared, echoing the wild rhythm of his heart that beat like a war drum. The road blurred before his eyes, not from rain, but from the tears streaming down his cheeks. Every turn, every traffic light stretched time into eternity. Why wasn't I with them? He reproached himself. The sirens fell silent, but the silence was even worse. It screamed with uncertainty that threatened to swallow everything he loved. What if I arrive and find only? He couldn't bring himself to finish the thought. It seemed that if he voiced it, it would become reality. But when Denis turned onto his street, the world stopped. It felt as if he had stepped into another dimension. He froze, paralyzed, staring at his house in flames. Greedy tongues of fire devoured the walls where just yesterday children's laughter had echoed. Where their nest, their little universe had been, now yawned a black emptiness. Smoke burned his eyes and terror squeezed his throat, choking off breath. God, why? He cried in his heart, collapsing inward. I believed, I prayed. Why didn't you protect them? Why this punishment? But out of the darkness of his thoughts came a chilling whisper. Because God was never with you. In that moment, Denis felt the ground beneath his feet turn into a bottomless abyss, waiting for his final step. Then suddenly he heard a familiar voice, like the first ray after a storm. Denis! Denis, we're here! It was Olena, alive. She stood a short distance away, clutching Sashko and Olezik tightly by the hands. Their faces were smeared with soot, their eyes shining with tears and fear. They had been in the shelter, the bomb shelter. The air raid had driven them there, and it had saved their lives. Denis rushed to them and embraced them so tightly, it seemed he feared they might vanish into the air. Thank God you're alive, he whispered, choking on sobs. His hands trembled as he stroked Elena's hair and kissed his children's cheeks. He looked at the charred ruins that had once been their nest. Everything they had built over years had burned to ashes. It's a pity. Everything's gone. Our home, Elena said, clinging to Denis with the children. My home is here, in my arms, he replied, holding his family even tighter. For in those warm embraces beat the most precious life, his heart, his meaning. Thank God you're alive. Without you, I wouldn't live either, he whispered inwardly, breathing in the smoke and the warmth of the dearest people on earth. But this blow was yet another heavy trial for his faith. Darkness, cold and treacherous, tried to coil around his soul. The fire devoured their home like a ravenous beast unleashed from hell. Flames burst from the windows, clutching the walls with predatory claws, like a wild animal taking revenge for years of imprisonment. It opened its jaws with delight, swallowing everything. Their cherished renovation, their appliances, their furniture, Denis's beloved sofa that had once held him in its embrace. Now he no longer had even a place to lay his head. The air was thick with smoke, and in his ears crackled a sound like the mocking laughter of his enemies. All those earthly treasures had burned away, and with that loss came a revelation, that he must not cling to the material. Comfort and the illusion of safety were gone. The belief in his own control over destiny, gone. Everything that once seemed important has passed. Denis thought, and suddenly he understood. This was not defeat. This was not the end of his dreams. It was a fire that purified, freeing him from chains. The ashes concealed seeds of new life. Just as the earth becomes more fertile after a fire, so too does the soul grow stronger after passing through trials. Having lost his home, Denis realized the real loss would be despair, the renunciation of faith. The fire burned away the weak to make room for the strong. A new reality was being born within him, spiritual growth, where love for his family had become a foundation stronger than any brick. From the ashes, he told himself, we will rise again, stronger, purer, free. Denis remembered how long he had fought for those walls, for those material things that had made him a slave to the system, trophies proving that their life had succeeded. Now, I feel no pain, Denis realized, only relief, because this fire had not burned our life, but our chains. The devil, relentless in his malice, hurled everything he had into the attack, doubts and fears that gnawed at the mind, despair that whispered of defeat. You see, your faith is worthless. Your convictions are nothing but lies, the dark voice sneered. God turned his back on you. He did not save your home, and you still want to remain faithful to such a God. Yes, Denis replied inwardly, as if challenging the darkness itself. I will not give up. Questions for the reader. 1. Can faith in God help one endure such trials, or do tragedies like these undermine it? 2. Can the loss of material things, as in this chapter, become a form of liberation from chains? 3. What chains in your life would you like to see burned away? Chapter 43. Playing on the circles. Denis began to realize how deeply the habit of avoiding difficulties had taken root in his soul. The path of least resistance had become his second nature. His flesh, like a cunning strategist, always found a way around. Don't do this, it's too hard. You won't manage. Better take a rest. This shadow had followed him all his life, holding back his spirit like an anchor that prevents a ship from setting sail. His body resisted extra effort, making it hard to step out of his comfort zone in order to fulfill the commandment, love your neighbor as yourself. Each time life required effort, his mind instantly searched for an escape, how to avoid it, how to make it easier. And Denis understood, this subconscious habit was stealing his spiritual growth. One evening after work, he stood in the middle of a toy store, surrounded by the hum of children's voices and the colourful boxes that caught the eye. Ole tugged at his sleeve, holding a box labelled Twister. "Dad, please buy it." The boy's eyes shone with anticipation, and his voice trembled with excitement. Denis looked at the picture. People entangled in strange poses, placing their hands and feet on multicolored circles. At once his flesh rose up in protest. "Not this! Bending on the floor after work, I'll be squeezed out like a lemon." Instantly, he felt the fatigue pressing on his shoulders from the long day at the factory, his legs aching, his back begging for rest. "This is unnecessary strain. Do you really need it?" whispered his body. And through this signal to the brain, he already imagined himself hunched over, sweaty, exhausted after the game. But suddenly, something shifted in his heart. "If I run away from this again, I will remain weak, imprisoned in this cage," he thought. He remembered Christ in Gethsemane praying, "Not my will, but yours be done." Of course, his own sufferings were nothing more than a child's game, and could not compare to the agony of the Saviour. Yet for Denis, this was his small cross, one his flesh begged him not to carry. "I must surrender," he said to himself, "otherwise I will never grow stronger." This was not just a game, he realized, it was a battle for his spiritual growth. Clenching his teeth, he decided to buy Twister. That same evening, the new apartment they had rented filled with laughter. Denis spread the colourful mat on the floor, and his sons Sasha and Ole were already jumping with excitement. "Right hand on red," shouted Sasha, spinning the arrow, "and left foot on green," added Ole. An hour later, Denis lay on the floor, twisted like a rope, with one foot on a blue circle and his hand somewhere on a green one. Sweat rolled down his forehead, his muscles trembled, and the children collapsed beside him in laughter. "I'm barely alive," he thought, yet joy poured into his chest, pure as spring water. "I won," he whispered, feeling triumph over the flesh. The words from 1 Peter 4:1 flashed in his memory. "He who has suffered in the flesh has ceased from sin." But the demons were not asleep. They watched, waiting for their moment, hiding in the depths of his desires. As soon as Denis got up from the floor, the thoughts flooded in. "Denis, you fool for agreeing. Look at yourself, exhausted, sweaty, pitiful. And tomorrow you have to get up early for work. You need rest, not these silly games. The children drain you, and yet you give in. You're weak if you let them manipulate you. Go lie on the couch, or you won't get up tomorrow. They'll forget this game anyway. It's a useless sacrifice." Listening to these thoughts, Denis felt the heaviness of lead in his legs, his flesh pulling him toward the couch. Maybe they're right. I should lie down. Prompted by the thought, he imagined himself sinking into the couch, closing his eyes in comforting rest. But suddenly, amid the noise, a voice rang out, clear as a bell. "Denis, you are suffering in the body for the sake of love. This is my path for your growth. Do not run. I will change you." Denis held his breath. "I renounce laziness," he said firmly, and the voices of deception retreated, muttering in frustration, while laziness dissolved like smoke in the wind. Looking at his boys, he remembered how his own father had never played with him. Always tired from work, he chose the couch and the TV. Every refusal of attention had left a cold emptiness in Denis's heart and the shadow of loneliness. "I will not repeat that mistake. My sons will have a father who does not spare himself for their sake. Because love is sacrifice." He looked at his sons, who now lay on the floor exhausted but happy. Their faces shone as if after a miracle. "Shall we play again?" he asked with a smile. The challenge was not for the children, but for himself. But the boys, holding their sides from laughter, only shook their heads. "We're tired, but that was awesome." "Thank you, Dad, you're the best." It was time to rest. The fatigue was still there, but it no longer ruled over him. Denis realized once he had lived according to the flesh, listening to its desires, which made him a slave to sin. He had often consulted his flesh as if it were his master, asking, "What's easier for you? What's more comfortable, so I can avoid all discomfort?" And the flesh had almost always won. keeping him captive to its laziness. But now, no longer. I am dead to this, he reminded himself, recalling how Christ went to the cross, never choosing the easy way. The words from 2 Corinthians 4:16 came to him. Though outwardly we are wasting away, yet inwardly we are being renewed day by day. And he felt his laziness melt away while his spirit soared like a bird. Questions for the reader. 1. How do you perceive difficulties in your life? As a burden or as God's gift for growth? 2. Do I train myself to go against the current of convenience? 3. Do I still listen to the whispers of the flesh, living on autopilot in my habits? Chapter 44, A Puppy as a Cross. Denis stood in the living room, listening as Olena and the children buzzed around him like a swarm of bees. Dad, let's get a puppy, Oleg cried, his eyes burning with excitement. Yes, a small fluffy one. Sasha chimed in, jumping up and down. It's like I can already see him in my arms. Olena stayed silent, only smiling. In her gaze, Denis seemed to read. Denis, they dream so much about a faithful friend who will be like a fairy tale for them. But in his head, the alarm sirens were already blaring. A puppy? That's nothing but trouble. A leash around my neck. And the flesh spread out images before him. Muddy paws on the carpet, cold walks in the rain, barking in the middle of the night, fur on the couch, ruined shoes, endless worries. It's like a third child, he muttered inwardly, feeling the weariness of the idea itself press against his chest. In the past he would have immediately cut off their requests with a sharp, "No, and that's final," perhaps even striking his hand on the table, for that's what his flesh demanded. You don't need all these extra problems. But this time, Denis paused. He looked at Ole, whose eyes shone with life, at Sasha, who was sketching an imaginary puppy in the air, and at Olena, whose smile promised peace in the home. I'm running away from pressure again, almost as always. Like all these years, the thought flashed through his mind, and shame touched his heart. I promised myself to go through hardships, not hide behind the wall of convenience. God is giving me another chance to change. He took a deep breath and said, "All right, we'll get one." The children burst into joyful cries like fireworks in the night sky and threw themselves around his neck. Olena leaned against him, and in her touch was a quiet gratitude that words could hardly capture. Warmth flared in Denis's chest, not from comfort, but from their happiness. Soon Rex appeared in their home, a little fluffy ball with curious eyes. He's always glad to see me, Denis thought, even when I'm angry, tired, or indifferent. He just loves unconditionally. And suddenly he understood. This little dog was teaching him every day something that was so hard for him to learn himself. Deep within his soul, Denis felt another invisible thread pulling him closer to God. And perhaps this was the very purpose of accepting what was so inconvenient for the flesh. The children's smiles, radiating pure joy, were the bonus of this decision. Soon came the daily routine, morning walks, feeding, washing paws after puddles. The flesh resisted and whispered, "You're not a dog's servant." But Denis felt like a warrior on the battlefield, where the enemy was his own bodily desires, laziness, craving for rest, love of comfort. Every bark in the night, every "Dad, play with him," became a challenge. He submitted, clenched his teeth, and faced the hardships as though carrying his cross along the road to Golgotha. This cross, small in appearance, pressed heavier each day than a stone, and reshaped him from within. These difficulties were carving a new character into him, as a sculptor chisels stone. "I won't give up," he told himself. And each time he overcame laziness, he felt the joy of victory over himself, sweeter than any rest. Yet the thoughts of laziness never slept. One rainy morning, as Denis reached for the leash, Rex barked impatiently, as if calling his spirit to battle against the desires of his flesh, and his fleshly thoughts insistently whispered, "Denis, why do you need this? You're getting wet. You're freezing, and the dog will still make a mess in the house. You're weak if you let them do this to you. They're manipulating you. Elena, the kids, and now even this dog. You're their servant, not their man. Can't you see that?" Denis felt laziness wrapping around his heart again, his hands trembling with the urge to drop the leash and collapse on the couch. Maybe these thoughts are right, he wondered, imagining himself under a warm blanket, far from the rain and trouble. But suddenly, amid this persistent whispering, another voice spoke, quiet yet strong. "Denis, every such hardship is a step toward me. Do not run. You can do this. You will overcome. This is your cross that leads to resurrection." And he remembered, I promised myself not to run from hardships, but to carry them with dignity. The power of this thought cleared the fog in his mind. Thus Denis waged a daily war with the desires of his body. Slowly he retrained himself, turning this painful path into a forge for his soul. His mind, like an athlete in training, was mastering a new art. Every morning, a new battle. Every step out into the cold or rain, like lifting a heavy barbell that strengthened the inner man. Every child's request, a test of endurance. Every demand from Olena, a new record bringing him closer to the summit. This became his way of thinking. Questions for the reader. 1. What do you choose in the moment of struggle? Convenience or the cross? 2. Do you control your flesh, or does it control you? 3. What small crosses in your life do you avoid out of fear of discomfort? Chapter 45. An unpleasant dinner evening, like a dark veil, spread over the city. Denis was walking home slowly, as if carrying the weight of the whole world on his shoulders. His soul felt clawed by cats, his salary at work had been delayed, the car had broken down, and his mind buzzed with unresolved issues. From the kitchen came the smell of something burnt. When he entered the house, dinner was already on the table, prepared by Olena. The soup was a little too salty, and the cutlets were blacker than his mood. He took a spoonful of soup, and at that very moment, like snakes, thoughts slithered into his mind. You've worked hard all day, and what do you get at home? Over-salted soup and cutlets that look like hockey pucks. You've slaved away, and now you're supposed to eat poison. Tell her, next time she'd better try harder. Or what? Is she trying to poison you? The plain truth must be thrown right in the face. The demons whispered, fueling his anger. Denis had already opened his mouth to voice his discontent, ready to release the fatigue that, like the weapon of an enemy force, sharpened his irritation. The words of reproach were already on his tongue, sharp as a blade, ready to wound. He inhaled, preparing to unleash the fury boiling inside him like lava in a volcano. But in that instant, it was as if someone had pressed pause. Olena sat at the table, watching as he lifted the spoon. Her heart pounded so hard it seemed ready to burst from her chest. She knew. The soup hadn't turned out well. The cutlets were burnt. She waited for his reaction as if awaiting a verdict, bracing herself for harsh words, for she could see his tired, grim eyes. She wanted to hide her face in her hands, to flee the kitchen so she wouldn't hear his reproach. She looked at Denis and prepared for the storm. But inside him, another voice spoke, gentle like a mother's hands. Look at her. In her eyes, fear. She didn't sleep half the night because she was washing your clothes, and she spent half the day cooking. She tried and she waited for you. Sacrifice your right to comfort and satisfaction for the sake of peace, which is more precious than any meal. Denis looked at Olena, her tired yet shining eyes, her trembling hands, and suddenly all his anger melted away, like snow under the spring sun. He smiled, so warmly that the kitchen seemed to grow brighter. "Olena, this smells like a feast," he said with a wink. "I'm so hungry I could eat an elephant. Thank you for being mine." Olena looked at him in surprise, then smiled back with relief. Her eyelashes fluttered like a butterfly, and her heart blossomed like a sunflower in July. It was a true miracle, one she had not expected, for she knew the soup was salty and the cutlets could have been better. But in his words she heard something greater, love that does not demand perfection. Denis ate the soup and the burnt cutlets with peace in his heart. Every spoonful, every bite was for him a small victory over himself, over the temptation to grumble and complain. And with every swallow the kitchen grew warmer. Once again he realized, love is not a one-time victory, but a chain of small crosses they must carry together. And the negative thoughts that poisoned his heart with resentment retreated. For that evening he carried his cross again, a small one, invisible to others, yet great in heaven's eyes, and it seemed as if the stars above the city shone brighter. Questions for the reader. What have there been moments in your life when you had to choose between being right and being loving? What did you choose? 2. How often do we let our desire for comfort outweigh our opportunities to show love? Chapter 46. The word that longs to break free. Several times Denis dreamed the same disturbing dream, as if the very sky were whispering a warning, pleading with him not to climb high. In the dream he sat in an old rocking chair that swayed slowly and evenly, as though measuring the beats of an invisible clock. But the moment the chair tilted back, the world around him suddenly ended. Denis fell backward from a dizzying height, the ground rushing closer without mercy. Just before the fatal impact, when death seemed inevitable, Denis would jerk awake, drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding with terror. This dream haunted him like a dark shadow, though he did not see it as a prophetic sign. Yet the day came when the dream became reality. In the village, in the old attic where he had gone to fetch some things, fate reminded him of its warning. With his hands full, Denis carefully descended the ladder. Suddenly his foot slipped, his balance betrayed him, and he fell backward, just as in the terrifying dream. The crash was deafening, his head split open, blood soaked his hair, and everything went black before his eyes. And at that moment, it seemed time stopped. Invisible doors opened before him, and he stepped across a threshold into another world, where the line between dream and reality dissolved, and a vision flashed before him. A tear rolled down his cheek. It fell to the ground, and instantly a seed sprouted. Small, fragile, it echoed the pain of his journey, yet radiated warmth, as if a heartbeat pulsed within it. Suddenly the roar of wings tore the sky apart. From above, like a dark cloud, black birds swooped down. They attacked the tender sprout, trying to snatch the seed from the earth like thieves of the night. Denis drove them away as best he could, but they returned again and again, as if the darkness itself had sent them. Then he saw a crowd, indifferent, cold as stone. People walked without looking down, trampling the earth, not noticing that life was hidden beneath their feet. Then thorns broke through the ground, their sharp branches wrapped around the sprout, trying to strangle it at its birth, squeezing it painfully. Denis fell to his knees, helpless, and cried out to the Lord of the harvest, God, is it all in vain? And then a miracle happened. The small shoot broke through the darkness and grew in defiance of everything. The birds, the crowd, the thorns. The stem stretched upward, becoming a great tree. Its roots reached deep into the earth, its trunk soared toward heaven, and thousands of ripe, luscious fruits blossomed and ripened on its branches. Then Denis saw the black birds turn white and begin building nests in its branches. The thorns that had tried to choke it transformed into roses without thorns, and the crowd that had trampled the ground now gathered beneath the tree, stretching out their hands for its fruit. And when they tasted it, their eyes lit up with light. Soon Denis awoke in a hospital, his soul glowing with the sense that the great tree was the book meant to be born out of the open wounds of his journey. Its fruits, filled with wisdom and inspiration, would become a source of strength for those still bound in chains. A few days later, Denis sat bound to the table as if to a cross. In his hands was a notebook filled with uneven handwriting. Each page was an open wound still bleeding. Each word was a cry that no one had heard. It was his book, the fruit of the vision God had given him at the very beginning of the path. Slowly it was taking shape, but each line was born in pain like a child in labor. Olena asked for his help at home, and the children demanded his attention. Yet in his heart a dream burned, to write the book, to pour onto paper what had thundered in his soul for years like a caged bird. He felt it was not just desire, but a calling, as if an invisible hand pushed him forward. Somewhere deep within, he knew, this book would change thousands of lives. His eyes flashed with the spark of faith. But the road to his goal was strewn with thorns of obstacles, as though the devil himself laid traps, sensing that if the seed took root, it would ruin his plans. The first blows came from those closest to him. "You? Writing? A book? Ha! Ha!" his friends laughed. "You got failing grades in school. What business do you have writing?" His sister sneered. "Who even reads books in the 21st century? Everyone's online now," added a neighbor. These words, sharp as shards of glass, left painful wounds. Each skeptical look, each mocking laugh struck Denis's faith like a hammer to his back. Maybe they're right, he thought, feeling his hands fall limp with doubt. But deep in his heart whispered a quiet voice, "Go to the end. This is your path, not theirs. That is why they do not believe." And so Denis kept fighting. Every evening, when Olena and the children were asleep, he sat down at the table and wrote, believing. Millions will read this book. It will succeed. He imagined people holding it in their hands, their eyes glowing with the words that touched their hearts. These seeds of faith he sowed daily, watering them with prayer, knowing all things are possible to the one who believes. But, as in the parable of the sower, the devil tried to choke these seeds. Time passed and obstacles grew like weeds in a neglected garden. The children fell ill, first Sasha with a high fever, then Ole, and nights became endless with their crying. Denis himself often grew sick, and even thoughts of writing pierced his head and heart with pain. At work, staff were cut, and his salary barely covered the essentials. Ideas for the book flashed like lightning, but quickly faded, leaving emptiness behind. Exhausted, he sat over the notebook, thinking, where can I find the strength to keep writing? The enemy attacked mercilessly. His voice, cold as ice, whispered, "Look, everything is against you. The children are sick. You're broke. These are signs. You're on the wrong path. Give up this nonsense before it's too late. Your book is trash. No one will read it. Spare yourself. Don't play the prophet, imagining your words can change the world." Doubts smothered him like smoke. Denis pictured himself shoving the notebook into a drawer, abandoning the dream and returning to grey life. It was as if someone had taken the bright, vivid colours of his dreams and painted them over in dull black and white. If this is from God, he thought, why is it so hard? Maybe I'm mistaken. A true calling should flow like a river, not sink in the swamp of rejection, fatigue and tears. God should open doors, not cast me into the abyss. Doubts, like sticky spiderwebs, wove around his heart again, slowing its beat. But then a voice rang out, clear and deep, like a bell in silence. "Denis," he said, "I placed this dream in your heart. Do not fear the obstacles. I will lead you through them. Do not give up, and I will bring the harvest." Denis snapped out of his wavering, seized the pen like a sword, and kept writing, line by line, step by step. 2 years later, the book was finished. Joy blazed in his chest, but another wall rose before him. Publishers rejected him one after another, crushing all hope. There was no money for printing. His salary melted away like snow in spring. "I'll record an audiobook," Denis decided, and the spark in his soul flared anew. But the enemy did not retreat. The times were anxious. The war was taking men. Olena, eyes full of tears, clung to him. "They'll take you, Denis. Don't go travelling through churches, I beg you." Her voice trembled. Her hands clutched his shirt. "If you love me, don't torment my soul with these spiritual quests. Do you want me to die of fear every day? But Denis reminded himself, millions will read this book. He prayed and fasted, pleading with God to open the doors. And they opened. At his new job, he was granted exemption from the army. He was able to travel to churches, and the audiobook was recorded, aloud. But again, negative thoughts crept in. Do you really believe your story will touch anyone? People came to pray, not to listen to your babbling. You'll only embarrass yourself. Think about yourself. The road is long, fuel is expensive, and your children are waiting at home. Do you want Elena to reproach you again? Stay home. Be sensible. In his imagination appeared scenes. An empty hall, indifferent faces, Elena scolding him for wasted money. Denis felt his legs turn to stone, his heart tighten with doubt. Maybe they're right, flashed through his mind. Maybe I'm not ready yet? But still he went, for too much had already been done for this moment. The first church he visited with the book was another blow to his faith. He offered to let them listen, but no one showed interest. Is it all for nothing? Thought Denis, feeling his faith crack like thin ice. The spirits of deception returned, tearing at his thoughts. Denis, you've lost so much effort, and the result is nothing. This is the end. Accept it. You were a fool to believe blindly, they mocked. Your book is worthless. Tears stung his eyes. Doubts, like leeches, drained his strength. The enemy nearly tore Denis from his purpose, and this was almost the last thing the devil was allowed to use against him. But Denis did not yet know that. Questions for the reader. 1. What dreams or callings in your heart have you put aside because of doubt, criticism, or outside obstacles? 2. What helps you hold on to faith in God's plan when everything around you screams give up? Chapter 47. The Light That Breaks Through the Darkness. Months of silence passed, and Denis was drowning in despair, as if in a raging sea where waves of doubt endlessly battered his soul. He no longer believed he could ever rise again. Sitting in the darkness of his own thoughts, he suddenly heard a phone call. The minister's voice was calm, yet his words cut through the silence like a command from heaven. Denis, share your story at the gathering. Tell how God led you through the struggle with the flesh. Your testimony can ignite hearts. These words struck the very core of his soul, reviving an old vision that had once flared in his heart. It was as if someone had opened a locked door, and into the darkness burst a beam of light. He remembered that vision. His words flowed like a river of life, and people came alive, like trees after drought. But then the demons had extinguished that fire, whispering, "This isn't yours. You're not worthy. You will fail. You'll drown in the crowd's laughter." Yet now, after all the battles, from the laziness that chained him like shackles to the disease that looked him in the eye with death's gaze and nearly stole his life, Denis felt his time had come. His heart pounded, his hands trembled. Doubt rose up, shouting, "You're not ready. Your voice will tremble. People will laugh at you like a fool." Denis stood backstage at church, holding his worn-out notebook, both a shield and a sword. His imagination painted horrors. He would stand on stage, forget his words, the audience would whisper, then burst into laughter. The darkness thickened like storm clouds. From the shadows came hostile voices. "Man, do you really think you can inspire anyone? Your words will be a joke. Better refuse and stay silent. Look, hundreds of eyes, all waiting for your mistake." In the front rows, someone turned away with a sigh. Denis's fingers clutched the notebook, the one where he had poured out pain, prayers, and defeats. These voices were familiar. They came whenever he feared taking up his cross, whenever he fled from challenges. But now he knew they were not his own thoughts. They were fiery darts of the evil one, seeking to extinguish faith. Denis bowed his head and whispered in prayer, "Lord, I am weak, but you are strong within me. If this is your will, speak through me. Give me words that will ignite hearts." His prayer was quiet, yet in his chest a spark flared, the same one he had seen in his vision. Fear began to dissolve like mist under the sun. The minister called him. Denis stepped onto the stage. His legs were heavy, as if in mud. Time seemed to slow. But when he began to speak, the room fell silent. Even the children hushed, hundreds of eyes fixed on him. And instead of panic, he felt a deep, unshakable peace. For a long time I thought I was fighting myself, my laziness, my anger, my doubts, he began. His voice, trembling at first, grew stronger with every word. But Scripture opened my eyes. We wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Eve 6:12. My heart was a battlefield. The spirits of darkness whispered through desires of the flesh and doubts. You're weak, you're unworthy. God doesn't hear you. But every time I listened to his voice and took a step of faith, he gave strength that shattered chains. He told it all, how laziness kept him bound, how pride choked his love for Olena, how cancer nearly stole his life. But God had turned these trials into steps leading closer to him. The hall was silent. A woman in the first row wiped away tears. A man behind her squeezed his wife's hand. Denis felt his words falling on hearts like sparks on dry grass, igniting a flame. If God could lift up a sinner like me, he finished, he can lift you too. Your struggle is your chance to draw near to him. Listen to his voice and he will lead you through the darkness. When Denis stepped down from the pulpit, his legs trembled as if after a marathon, but his heart was singing. Olena embraced him, her eyes shining with joy. People came forward, thanking him, sharing their own stories. A woman from the front row said, "Your words, they were about me. I thought my struggle was the end. But now I see, God is with me." Yet deep within, Denis heard a familiar whisper. The demons had not slept. "Look at how they believe you, how they praise you," the voice cooed sweetly like honey. "You're a hero, Denis, a star shining in the night, and this is just the beginning. Soon everyone will know your name." Mocking laughter clanged like chains leading into a new trap. "This is your triumph." Pride, like weeds, tried to take root in his heart. His imagination painted stadiums, conferences, thousands applauding him. He bathed in glory like in wine that intoxicates. But then came another voice, pure as a mountain stream, firm as rock. "Denis, do not claim this for yourself. These tears, these hearts, they are my harvest. Remain faithful, and I will lead you further." He shuddered, as if waking from a dream, and exhaled heavily, shaking off the burden of glory. He looked at Olena, at the children, at the people around him, and whispered, "Not I, but you, Lord." The darkness retreated, melting like night before dawn. His vision came alive. The fire of faith he had once seen in dreams now burned in the hearts of others, and he knew the most exciting part was still ahead. Some time passed after his fiery sermon. Denis sat at the cozy kitchen table, reading feedback from listeners who had discovered his audiobook online. The views multiplied and the comments read, "Your story is like mine. It changed my life. I've learned to hear God. Thank you for showing how to fight desires of the flesh and doubts." His heart was warmed with joy, yet pride, as always, whispered tempting words. Every like, every comment whispered, "You're special, Denis. Look how many people listen to you. Soon you'll be famous. Glory awaits you, like a victor's crown." He imagined himself as a successful, popular author, admired by crowds. And in those dreams lurked the shadow of pride, stretching out its hands toward him. Every success was like a hidden trap at night, whispering, "Well done." That night Denis prayed long, like a drowning man gasping for his last breath. He begged God to cleanse his heart from vanity. Opening his eyes from prayer, he wondered, who am I really, a servant or a star? Am I turning God's gift into my own crown? He rose, and the floor swayed beneath him like the deck of a ship in a storm. "Lord," he cried, "let this book, these words, this sermon serve people, not me. If glory comes, let it be yours, for without you I am nothing. If I fall, let me fall into your hands. and in the silence he heard a voice, warm as sunlight. "You are my servant, Denis. I am leading you. Do not be afraid." Questions for the reader. 1. How does Denis's struggle with the voices of doubt reflect your own battles? 2. Do you see your struggle as a path to someone else's salvation, not just your personal trial? 3. And today, are you doing what you do for yourself or for God? Chapter 40, The Breath of Love. Denis came home gloomy after a hard day at work, but in the hallway he was met by Sashko, holding a crumpled paper airplane in his hands. "Daddy, look, this is for you. It flies all the way to the sky." Denis took the airplane, and at that very moment, something warm melted the ice in his heart. Maybe this little airplane soars higher than all my problems, he thought. A little later, Ole, smiling, quietly slipped a small piece of paper under his father's pillow. On it was a drawing of a heart with the child's handwriting. "I love you, Daddy." Denis stared at the drawing for a long time, as if it were a letter from God himself. He felt the Lord speaking to him through the simple gestures of his children, through their sincere hearts. In everyday, seemingly small things, he learned to feel God's love in its simplicity. Denis hugged Ole, and the warmth of the child's embrace spread through his soul, like light after darkness. In that moment, the airplane and the heart stopped being just children's gifts. They became his guiding lights, leading him toward true happiness. His heart, freed from the weight of the day, soared upward, higher than the paper airplane, straight to heaven where love dwells. And then he understood, love is made of little touches to the heart. It is the simple, take care before leaving home. It is the short message, I'm thinking of you. It is a glance that holds more meaning than 100 books. Happiness is not only loud events and big victories, but also when children run to you, forgetting everything else. It is the quiet evening when the family sits together at one table. It is the laughter of children ringing like little bells. It is the gaze of a wife in which an ocean of love lives. When there is love, it doesn't need expensive gifts. It lives in simple things. In a blanket that covers your shoulders, warming more than a fireplace. In the sincere word, "forgive me," after an argument. In a goodnight kiss. In a child's smile glowing with joy. Happiness is always near, if we know how to see it. It lives in our hearts, in the warm embraces that bind our souls together. The next day, Denis came home with a bouquet of flowers. From the kitchen came Elena's voice, tender, like light breaking through the darkness. She was preparing dinner, and her soul was singing poetry. Open quote, "I am his love, his star shining even in the darkest night." And he sees this light again. His eyes always find me in a crowd. My soul, once weary from thirst for tenderness, now blooms under his warm gaze. He brings me not just flowers, but an entire field of love, where each petal whispers, "You are my miracle. You are my happiness." His words, full of gentleness, warm me like the sun after a long winter. In his arms I feel a vow. I am with you forever. I blossom like a flower in the spring rain, learning to breathe with love. Close quote. Today he took my hand, looked into my eyes, and softly said, "You are my heart. You are my sunshine." In that moment I felt our love is a real fairy tale. His tender words, like a soft spring wind, wrapped around me. "I love you. You are my home." Once I feared that his eyes had forgotten the color of my soul, but now he looks at me as if I am the first ray of dawn after an endless night. His hands, both strong and gentle, embrace me not out of need, but out of a desire to say, "You are my everything." In these arms I come alive, like a rose drinking the morning dew, and in that moment my soul spread its wings. The fairy tale I thought was lost blossomed between us, like a garden beneath a starry sky. His love is no longer a mirage, but a reality in which I wake up to tender kisses and gentle words. To him, I am the most beautiful one, and my smile warms his soul. I am his beloved, his meaning. My soul, once thirsty, now bathes in his tenderness. I am happy because again and again he holds me as if I were the most precious treasure in the world. Denis quietly came up and unexpectedly embraced Elena tenderly, and in his arms she felt a moving warmth that melted her heart. In that moment, it reminded her once again that she was loved. Denis had changed. For Elena, he had become a reliable support, more tender and attentive. His heart had learned to catch her silent glances, and now he brought her flowers not only on special occasions, but simply to bring out her warm smile. Even with the children, he had become different. Instead of tiredness and busyness, joyful games. Instead of silence, ringing laughter. He took their little hands to pray together, and these moments became strong threads that tied their souls, building an invisible bridge to their hearts. In the evenings, he read them Bible stories that once were fairy tales, but now had become reality. Questions for the reader. 1. Have you ever noticed how simple things, like a child's drawing or a sincere hug, can change your mood or even your outlook on life? 2. In your opinion, what makes love real? Only great deeds or the little things of everyday life? 3. Have there been moments in your life when, like Denis, you felt your heart soar to heaven because of simple expressions of care? Chapter Sortidined, The Deception of Wealth. Denis closed his eyes and pondered the power of money, spread out before him like a shimmering river. It promised to quench thirst, but concealed depths that pulled one down to ruin. Its glitter enticed everyone, from beggar to billionaire. In his heart stirred a thought. If only I were paid $1,000, I would work without complaint. 2 shifts, 16 hours a day. I could endure it all, even injustice. He imagined pain and exhaustion melting away in the presence of a stack of bills, and for 2,000 I'd swallow every insult, even change my character, he thought, feeling his eyes burn with greed. It warmed him like fire, but it was a fire not his own, the kind that burns, not warms. Suddenly, a sweet voice whispered in his thoughts. The spirit of Mammon, the ancient tempter lurking in the shadows of greed. Money is power, Denis. It grants freedom to every desire. With it you can conquer everything, weakness, sin, even yourself. Without it you're nothing, a pitiful servant. With it, you're a king. Isn't that true? For the right price you can become anyone. Servant, warrior, traitor, so long as the money is yours. The words seeped into his soul, and a vision appeared before his inner eyes. A heavy gold chain hung around his neck, bending him toward the earth. He saw himself kneeling before a suitcase full of money, which quickly turned to dust. Mammon's eyes glowed with deceptive warmth. Smiling, he stretched out his hand. Isn't this what you dreamed of? To serve God. I can give you even greater opportunities. To give more, to influence more. God wants you to have life, and life abundantly. I am your way to that abundance. The words enticed him, sweet as honey but laced with bitterness. Why hesitate? The voice pressed. Look at those who chose me already. They are happy and powerful. You can be one of them. Just give me your heart. Denis opened his eyes and saw himself sitting in a half-empty cafe, slowly stirring his cooling coffee. Through the panoramic window he noticed a black Mercedes S-Class glide to a stop. The heavy doors swung open, and a man stepped out in an expensive coat, exuding confidence in every movement. His very presence proclaimed success. One of those people others envy while swallowing the bitterness of their own lives. The stranger entered, glanced around, and then deliberately walked toward Denis's table. May I? Without waiting for an answer, he sat down across from him and offered a handshake. I don't know you, said Denis. But his eyes had already caught the man's massive wristwatch. A Rolex, worth more than years of labor, more than his boldest dreams. Time bought with money, he thought, while my time slips away like sand through my fingers. I own one of Ukraine's leading TV channels, and a newspaper that shapes the opinions of millions. I know you're a writer, looking for work, the stranger said. He reached into his coat, drew out an envelope, and placed it deliberately on the table. "Take a look." His eyes gleamed with the spark of a victor. Denis opened it. Inside lay crisp $100 bills. $1,000, an advance, and the same every week, the man declared, as though everything were already decided. "For what?" Denis's voice trembled. "For your talent, for writing the right words. Nobody recognizes your gift. We do." The man leaned closer, his cologne rich and heavy. "Sign the contract. You'll write speeches for our clients." "What kind of speeches?" "The kind people want to hear. Beautiful words about goodness and truth, about patriotism and morality." His smile widened. Denis felt his soul caught in a snare. To cover lies with a veil of truth, to sell words like goods in the marketplace, to become a puppet in the hands of those who pull the strings of power. "But don't you want your writings to be read?" The tempter nudged the envelope toward him. "You can either write truth for a handful of people, or craft stories for millions, and live in abundance." Denis hesitated. "With this money I could provide everything my children need, pay off all debts, move out of the rented apartment. Maybe this really is a blessing from God. I could simply write and earn enough for everything. A chance to leave the factory, to do what I love instead of breaking my back for pennies. This is the dream of my life, the cry of a body weary of poverty." He touched the envelope and thought, "What will I tell my wife when she asks how I make a living? That I sold myself so she could be happy?" Denis said firmly, "No, I can't." "Then what do you want?" The man's voice cut the air. "Perhaps the car I drove here? I'll give it to you." With a swift motion, he slid shiny keys across the table, along with a sheet of paper. "Take it. It's yours. The keys to your dream. Just sign the contract." Denis froze. His heart pounded so loudly he heard it in his temples. "Is this really happening to me? No, it can't be. I can't believe my eyes." "If that's not enough," the man continued calmly, almost slyly. In his other hand he held another set of keys. A 3-bedroom apartment in a new high-rise, city centre, luxury finish, all ready. One signature, and you can move in. At that moment Denis looked at him and saw more than a man's face. He was no longer sitting across from a businessman, but from the devil himself, the same one who once tempted Jesus in the wilderness, offering him all the riches of the world for a single act of worship. Images flashed through Denis's mind. Himself behind the wheel of a new car, in a spacious apartment, surrounded by the comfort his flesh craved. But deep within, another voice resounded, quiet yet mighty. What good is it for a man to gain the whole world, yet forfeit his soul? Time itself seemed to freeze. Denis knew this was not merely a business offer, but a battle for his soul. He stared at the envelope, at the keys, and in that moment he heard a voice, pure and strong. "I gave myself for you on the cross. With my blood I redeemed your sinful soul. What is your treasure, me, or perishable mammon?" Denis trembled as if struck by thunder. Shame washed over him like an icy wave, extinguishing the heat of greed. He shoved the envelope and the keys away. "My words are not for sale, and neither am I." The man paused, then smiled again. "Everyone changes their mind. Do you think you're special? An exception?" Denis rose and walked out of the cafe, the weight of poverty pressing on his back, but he did not look back. In his heart he thought, "I almost became a man who sold his soul and conscience for wealth." He remembered how easily he had imagined being a hero for money, but not for Christ. Before his inner eyes appeared the parable of the merchant who sold everything for one priceless pearl. Now Jesus had become that pearl to him, and money was nothing more than rotting trash scattered by the wind. "Lord, forgive me," he whispered, falling to his knees. "Only you are my true treasure." The spirit of Mammon retreated, muttering in defeat. The golden chain fell to the ground and rusted away, and Denis's heart felt free, as if a heavy burden had lifted from his shoulders. He understood. True victory is not in wealth, but in Christ. From then on, He would learn to live not for fleeting silver coins, but for the priceless love that endures forever. Questions for reflection. 1. What would you have done in Denis's place, faced with such an offer? 2. Is it easy to resist the temptation of wealth when it looks like the path to your dreams? Chapter 50. The Light of the Eternal Day. The next day, a letter arrived from the publishing house. They had agreed to print the book in a run of 10,000 copies. Denis felt joy, but this time it was different. Not from pride, but from the awareness that God was at work, moving hearts toward his creation. Later, Denis went on vacation with his family. Standing on a hill outside the city, where the sun broke through the clouds and flooded the valley with golden light, he felt as though heaven itself was opening its doors to a new life for them. How many times did I want to give up? He thought, holding his book, the first printed copies, still warm and fragrant with fresh ink. Behind him, Elena embraced Sashko and Olejek. It seemed like the culmination of all his battles. He remembered the day he first saw the vision. Back then, it was only a faint glimmer of the impossible, an unreachable dream that doubts tried to bury. Laziness whispered, "Rest, this is not for you." Pride shouted, "You are special, and you write as if your words could save the world." Fear gnashed its teeth, "You will never succeed. You will fall and shatter on the rocks of failure." But every time Denis chose to listen to God's voice in his thoughts, the darkness receded and faith grew stronger, like an oak standing firm in the storm. His book was not just paper and ink. It was the fruit of many small victories. Every moment he chose his children over the couch, every prayer through tears, every step against the current of comfort that tried to draw him into its warm embrace. It was proof that God takes what is weak and makes it strong. Denis realized he could never have written the book if his fleshly desires had been stronger than his spirit. But the inspiration of the Spirit proved mightier than headaches, stronger than the countless obstacles along the way. This yearning of the Spirit outweighed the hunger of the flesh when he fasted. It overcame fatigue and laziness when, instead of a warm bed, Denis chose to meet Olena late at night after work, or to play with his children when all his flesh wanted was to collapse and sleep. Had the spirit been weaker than the flesh, he would never have endured these trials. Yet this strength did not arise on its own. It came down from God, whom Denis begged for help. For only he awakens in the human heart true desires, holy and pure. This became possible only when Denis looked with disgust at the life he had once lived, enslaved to the whims of the flesh. Like the prodigal son at the pig's trough, he finally saw his own misery. And only then, when he sought the Lord with all his heart, did his spirit come alive, filled with strength, and become victorious. Denis ran his fingers across the cover, where simple letters spelled out, "The invisible war of spirit and flesh." Yet deep inside he knew, this was not only his story. It was the story of everyone who fights, falls, and rises again, grasping God's hand as a lifeline in the abyss. He lifted his eyes to the sky, where the clouds parted, revealing the boundless blue. In his heart, a voice spoke, the same voice that had guided him through quarrels with Olena, through sickness, through doubts. "You are mine, Denis. I have called you not to the glory of this world, but to my kingdom. Go and sow my seeds." Denis turned back to his family. Sashko and Olejek ran up, holding Rex, who barked joyfully. Olena took his hand, and in her touch was the strength born of their shared victories. They were not perfect. Arguments still happened, the flesh still rebelled, but love, nourished by faith, always had the final word. "Let's go home," Denis said. "Tomorrow I'm going to another church. There are people there who need these words." He imagined his book traveling the world, its words, born in struggle, touching hearts in distant cities, villages, and countries. But this time in his vision there were no crowds applauding, no glory luring him like a false flame. Denis saw instead tiny sparks of hope igniting in the hearts of those who heard his story, like a night sky lit with countless bright stars. And this was the beginning of an eternal journey, not only for him but for all who dare to listen to God's voice and follow him through the storm into the light. For every victory becomes a seed for a new harvest. Questions for the reader. 1. How can your struggle become a light for someone else who has not yet seen God's path? To be continued. If you enjoyed my work, I would be deeply grateful for your prayers and sharing. This will show me that this work resonates in the hearts of readers and gives me reason to continue writing. I have many interesting and useful ideas to explore the temptations of the human heart and the path to a victorious life more deeply. If you're interested in the continuation, please share your suggestions and impressions in the comments. If you'd like to support my work, you can order this book in hardcover or paperback in Ukrainian or Russian. Contact me via email nazaretjeman@gmail.com or by phone 3863-792-2073, Telegram, Viber. All information is on the screen. If your heart feels led to support my ministry so that I can create even more, both in quantity and quality, I would be grateful for any financial assistance. Thank you for your generosity, and may God bless you.